Hello everybody, welcome back to another Barkeep stream. I am your host, as per usual, Barkeep. Welcome on in. I know this is a bit of a surprise, but we're doing some Fishing Planet today. I figured maybe we'd do a little bit of a chill stream. Considering the fact that I was up all night and I didn't really get all that much sleep. Blech. I got my coffee in me and that's good enough, but something that's a little bit more relaxing like this would definitely suit me today. Rather than something that would be a little bit more hectic and a little bit more brain required, such as Super Metroid. Because you gotta be using your noggin to be able to navigate the map and, deal with all the enemies and stuff like that. But this I can just pop on some, non-licensed acoustic music, and then just do a little bit of fishing and just talk about stuff. This is also a really good opportunity for me to announce that we've got some new stuff going on the channel here. Specifically, we're doing ads again. It's 30 minutes before it starts running itself, from what I know. And we've got the alert set up for that. It'll tell us when it's about to begin, and I've got that all set up for when it does run. So I also figured that something that's a little bit more laid back like this might be optimal for testing that out, just to make sure that it all works properly and that we don't have any future problems. Anywho, hope you guys are all having a really good Friday. I know I am. Beautiful day out, a little bit windy out there. It's been getting colder as the months have gone on. That usually happens when we start getting into September, October. Some of the colder months around Canada here, but they are beautiful. Let me tell you, it's very beautiful when you get to fall in Canada. Start getting all them fall colors, and of course in Canada you get the really nice colors like red, orange, yellow. It's very unique. I don't think you really get that anywhere else. But I digress. Fishing Planet. This has been a game that I've been really into for quite a while. It's a very brilliant fishing simulator. I think I've done a couple of these streams in the past where we've just done a little bit of fishing and I just chat about whatever. Take it easy. But it's good to be back to this, now that I've got a little bit more of a robust computer. And I feel that's going to be essential in doing some of these surprise streams going forward where I don't have too much energy and I just want to do something that's real relaxing and like. Before we start going into Homestar Lake here, I'll just caught a couple of things before I got started up today. Well, I did a little bit of testing with some spinners. Is what I did there. So I'll give you guys just the overview of the whole Fishing Planet here. Close all this premium stuff out. So I'm level 15. I got a little bit of bait coin, that's your special coinage, and I've got some usual money that you get from selling fish. It's not too bad. And I've got a couple of these places unlocked, but I can't exactly go there, because as you can see, things like Oregon, Rocky Lake, Colorado, very expensive. Might be able to get there later, but for the moment, we're probably going to be staying around Lone Star Lake and maybe get out to Mudwater River if I get enough money for it. One of the other ones I might try to go to is over here in the Lesney Villa Fisher, which I do have enough money for, and I do have the advanced license for a little while for that area. So I might try this check place here. It's a new one that I've not gone to yet. I think it was added in a new update, which I think is pretty cool. But I'm still a neophyte. There's a lot of places in this game that you can go to that are very high level. Just Mongolia, Japan. This one, you have to be level 83 to be able to do that. I think that's like premium ocean fishing content that they just added in. But I digress. It's easy enough to go to Texas. Lone Star Lake with the advanced license that I got there. There's no travel cost for it. It's pretty good to go here. You know? Generally not a giant problem for sorting that sort of thing out. For what I've got going on right now, you know, we've got our backpack, and then we've got our home here, which has all of our stuff in there. Now, I only got the one rod here. I'm hoping to probably get a second one sometime in the future. It's a bit of a shame I don't got a second one for casting out bait and whatnot, because as you can see here, I got a ton of bait, and a ton of these with my hooks and sinkers and so forth, a lot of terminal tackle for it. All I would really need is the rod to be able to support it, and, you know, spinner down there that'll actually support that line. I have this little thing over here, but it's no use to me, so I'll take that out of my backpack. I can sit at home for a little while. It's just a cheap little spinner. It doesn't do much. It's not like the premium stuff we got on right now. Jester 190's been pretty good for quite a while. The Lodex MG 1000. I know that most of what you're seeing on here aren't too, you know, expansive in its description, but I can tell you that these two in a combination make for a pretty good casting rod. Not exactly something that's out of control for, you know, catch a fish or anything, but gets the job done. Got some pretty good braid fluoroliter on there. It's blends in with green water real good. Got a titanium leader on that so that the line doesn't break, because boy howdy I get into a lot of those situations. Especially if you're fishing bass. Almost called the bass. But yeah, that's a good one there. And this is the new type of tackle I was working with lately. Is I got myself a golden spinner. Bass, for some reason, they just love the color gold. Really shines, catches their eye, and they just go wild for it. And I got myself a little spinner tail to go with that there. I spent some bait coin. Usually don't get that too often. But this here will work just fine. Of course, I got my hobby gear, carrying all my stuff. I got my comfort camper, carrying all my stuff too. I got a little chest down here, my chum chest mini, made out of Dune 900 nylon. It's good for carrying more stuff out. And then this one here, that Fish Hut L, is probably one of the best purchases I've gotten so far. This thing will hold up to 12 kilograms of fish weight in there. It's fish friendly. You can keep a lot of fish in that. So if I ever want to come back from a fishing trip and I got, you know, a ton to sell, this thing right here, it'll keep a lot. It's good stuff. Haven't gotten any, you know, special things or, you know, templates or anything like that. I got a couple of things for, you know, licenses here. This one I got is probably that advanced Texas license, because it's expensive to get those, if I remember correctly. You need something crazy like 11 or 15 Bitcoin to be able to get stuff like that. Let me check. We'll go to one of these and see if I can figure it out. Yeah, something like getting an unlimited advanced license in Oregon is 150 of that Bitcoin right there. So you're either going to be having to buy that in the shop, or it's, you know. Got a couple of challenges under my belt here. Got a couple of records on me too. I have a couple of trophies. It's not too bad. Trophy grass pickerel. Got that out of the Mudwater River with a casting spoon 7 with that pattern on that. That's funny. This is looking at that pattern. That's something I used to use IRL all the time for my fishing exploits. Not to say I was going for pickerel or anything, but just that pattern right there. It's pretty good if you're going for trout. Maybe not so much, you know, bass. But it'll serve you well. I think most of the other ones around here, they're just the kind of usual here. Like, you got a whole bunch of bait fish, but you get down to spotted bass, shads are pretty good for that, from what I can see here. And I think mainly when you're starting out on Fishing Planet, you basically get yourself just a casting rod. And you get a whole bunch of bait to go with some of these little small guys. You don't get to catching stuff like rainbow trout and whatnot until later on. Which is too bad. I'd love to go back to Rocky Lake, catch more of that rainbow trout, because those things are delicious. I've had quite a few of them IRL. Let's go to eatings. But I digress. Got ourselves a good rod here. Trying out some new spinners here because they're really fun for just going in and just using a slow reel in. Because a spinner like this, one of these little things here, it'll vibrate, and that gold tag on there will just go all over the place on it. And so you get predatory fish and stuff after that. I just go wild for it. It's a little unfortunate, but I don't have anything like that anywhere that's, you know, without barbs. All my spinners have barbs on them, which really suck because I think I heard a rumor from somebody about this game that if you have barbless on your spinners and stuff like that there, which you can totally get from the shop, you know, apparently that gets you a little bit more experience or something like that. And boy howdy, I'd love to get one of these. I'm too big coin short. I'm just not going to be able to get to that anytime soon. Well, maybe if I complete a challenge or something, I'll pick up one of these. Probably this one over here. I really like the look. I don't think something like this that looks kind of gaudy would be something that we would be using most of the time. We'll just have to see how that works out, eh? I might also try one of these slop spoons out. They're not too bad, yeah? This one might get us a little bit more casting length. So, put that into the backpack. We'll carry it. Yeah? But, let's go ahead and get back to the globe here. I want to take a little look at Lone Star Lake, because I was catching spotted bass here. It was really good. It's all because of that new spinner I got. They really seem to like it. I don't know what it is. They love that gold around here. We'll go to this little position in the lake there. Seems like it's a good one. Before I get to it, I know that there's no music on this here. So what I'm going to do for you folks, just to make sure that you guys have something to listen to in the background and whatnot. You know? Let me just adjust something. We don't need to hear the music in the background of this one here, so yeah, get rid of that. We'll apply that. I looked this up on YouTube. I got relaxing, soothing acoustic guitar instrumental music for studying, reading, writing. 10 hours of it. I think that's going to be just perfect. There we go. That looks like it's at a good rate there. Alright, let's go fishing. I can hear that pretty good on my end. If you guys have any issues with that acoustic guitar, you let me know, eh? But I think acoustic guitar is probably one of the best formats of music for fishing that I've ever heard. I mean, when it comes down to it, you go out fishing, you go out in the middle of nowhere, you want to be relaxed. Or at least, I think you should be. Anyhow. And that's what I was really happy to get into when I went on vacation there. I was looking forward to getting to some relaxation. Just wanted to be out in the middle of nowhere, fishing, and I got that. I was really happy about that. course, I didn't catch anything. It might have been the wrong time of season for trying to get fish out of there, but yeah, it was just nice to be out on the dock, have a couple of beers with me. Had some pretzels nearby too. It was just a nice time to be out there by myself, you know, nothing but nature out there. So I suppose I'll do a little bit of explaining. We got our spinner tail on there, and what I'm doing here is I'm letting it go right down to the bottom, and then I'm just slow reeling it back in there. Spinner will do all the work. We find a fish down here, it'll latch right on there. I should get some pretty good catchings going here, I think. Might take a while, might not. All depends. Fishing has always been luck of the draw. All about what you find. Of course, if this doesn't, you know, work for a good long while there, then I can always switch it up to a spoon and do a couple of different ways of fishing. Brought a couple of different options out here for us today. Just some enjoyable stuff that we can use. And all the while I can just chat about stuff and enjoy the day. Well, at least until that alarm goes off for the advertisements. But I looked at that, you know, I made sure it wasn't too loud, you know, not too intrusive. It shouldn't be anything that'll, you know, be too startling. So yeah, it'll be a nice little day for all of us here in chat today, just to, you know, chat it out, do a little bit of fishing, and listen to some music. Yeah, I tell you, it's kind of funny. I haven't listened to a lot of acoustic guitar all that often lately. I've been sometimes where I listen to it, but for the most part, I'm usually listening to other things out there. You know, like I like Jamiroquai. I like Tame Impala. There's a lot of different bands out there I like listening to. Foo Fighters. One that I've been listening to a lot more often recently. Now, learning to walk again. I think that's pretty cool that Dave Grohl went on after a tragedy with Nirvana and made a pretty good band out of it, I think. I did a little bit of reading up on that Wikipedia for that, and I don't think you'll ever do it justice just to how much that, you know, that affected Dave Grohl. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I know exactly what was going through his head during the entirety of that either. I mean, we can all make assumptions, we can all try and figure out what it meant to us, and what it meant to others, what it meant to Dave Grohl. But at the end of the day, it's only going to be him who really understands what the whole of that meant to him. And I think that's the most important part right there, is that he understands what it means to him. Doesn't matter what anybody else out there thinks. It's just how it is. Let's try another little spot here. Let's move out over this way a bit. Usually if I'm looking for trying to get some bass, I'm going to be going near some of the reeded areas. Fish like that, they really like shade. And who wouldn't, you know? I always thought that was pretty funny. And just animals in general, even us, all looking for shade somehow. No. I think back when I had my dog. Yeah, now that I remember that. Every time we'd be out walking, if there was like shade on a particularly hot day, that little guy would be going straight for that shade every time. And he'd start walking in all these funky directions just to make sure that he'd be able to enjoy some of that shade, but oh, he'd be walking still. Couldn't get enough of that little guy. Of course, I miss the little guy. No. But that's life for you, eh? Time goes on, we all grow old. You gotta appreciate what you get given. Ooh. Jeez, right in the middle of me all fishing here, and I'm about to go on a big old tirade about, appreciation of things here and there. We already got an ad break going on. Oh. Let me get that rod right in there. It's gonna be in a couple of seconds that it's gonna be popping off, you know? There we go. So this is good. I'm glad we get to test this out, because I don't know if this is gonna work perfect, like I did a couple of tests on my own end, but hope we'll get to see if we figure out if this, advertisement break thing works well. That's 90 seconds. So I'd say it's about, 60 seconds is a minute? Maybe? About a minute and a half? So, I'm not all jumbled up about waiting a little bit for, the advertisement to pop off. I think I might wait. I think I might make a timer or something in the future for this, just to make sure that, I've got it up on the screen there for me, and I know just exactly when things are going to pop off for that advertisement break. But that's definitely something I'll have to look into. I know there's going to be some stuff that I'm going to try to work on upcoming there. But I'll have to see. Definitely not, giant integrations. I'll take a while. I'll tell you that much. Actually, what am I doing? I can keep that acoustic music on. There's no need for me to turn that off. I got this all set up really well, so no need for me to do that. Actually, I do have a little timer down there for my own benefit, and if I know it's going to be like every hour on the hour, and then starting after 30 minutes to start with, I could probably gauge that out, yeah. Still, stick around. I know there's going to be an ad break coming up there, but this is a good first test to figure out if everything works appropriately. After that, we'll get back to the fishing. Well, it's looking pretty good so far for today there. It's got a good weather forecast for home sweet home on the Lone Star Lake. It ought to be a good kitchen. Alright, should be coming up to the first ad break here. Let's see if everything works as promised. 90 seconds. I was getting confused about that. Oh, there we go. All right. I see. So the ad breaks actually do come up with, you know, a pop-up to show me exactly when it's going to start. Which is really good. I need to know about that. And that way I can pause my game in the future and I'll know exactly when to do stuff for you guys. But I digress. I think I don't need to integrate anything more if it's going to be doing that all the time. That's good. Choose to OBS on that. I'm happy about that. But yeah, that's going to start up in 15 seconds there, and then once it's over, then once we've got that testing done, we'll come right back to fishing. So we'll see you in just a sec, okay? It said the ad break was upcoming. I wonder if it's used it or something. It's weird. See, I'm a little bit weirded out by that. Maybe that first ad break doesn't actually, you know, spawn up a whole... So it looks like that test didn't work out too proper. Turns out that the darn thing crashed, so I'm just going to perform a little bit of a fix in there just to make sure that it's going to be, you know, working better in the future there. I'm not going to go with that whole thing. I'll just put it to the be right back screen. It's probably a better idea. So I'll just perform a quick little fix on that, and I'll be good for the future. Welcome on in, Glayliv. Hope you're having a good day. Hope things are going good for you. I think it's kind of funny because I had myself a little bit of a snafu there. Turns out that, well, I'll do that quickly. There we go. Sorry about that, just doing a little bit of an impromptu fix there. It turns out that whatever I had going on for my beautiful, beautiful little break thing there just wasn't working out too good, so I just fixed that up real quick. and just put it to the break screen, which I think is a good idea. Will work just fine for that. And once I've got that quickly fixed, go back to doing a little bit of streaming for today. Not a big fix, not something that I really have to worry about too bad. Just have to do a small bit of work on it. Okay, there. That should be good to go. I think I got everything all good and decent on that. Let's see, it goes over the bricks, and it's got that good to go, and then all we need to do is that. There. That'll work much nicer for that sort of thing right there. Oh, sorry about that, everybody. It's just, you know, sometimes you gotta test things, sometimes you gotta work on some stuff and figure it out if it'll work or not, and, you know, the thing dang crashed. That's how it is. But, I digress. Let's get back into our fishing room here. We got some nice fishing going on. And again, for anybody new or just entering in today, I figured this would be a good day just to chat about stuff and, you know, relax, do a little bit of fishing out here. You know, today was a good little day for a little bit of setup like that there too, because I didn't have any time to really test it out until now. So, yeah, a little bit of setup on one side, a little bit of figuring some stuff out, fishing, and getting the stream running now that we've got ads working on it and so forth. Should be good to go with that. But for anybody new coming on in, like I said before there, that we got our Jester 190 with Low Decks MG 1000 there. Pretty good setup. It's a little bit expensive, but I found this to be a pretty good rod here. We got ourselves a golden spinner on the front there with a spinner tail, brown and white. I found this to be pretty good for spotted bass. Now, we might switch out to the slop spoon, we might switch out to a casting spoon sometime. But for right now, we're going to take a little look at what we can get here in Texas. Let's see here. Right between these reeds. It's not the most impressive setup there. It's a little bit short because the tackle's a bit too light, but from what I've found, it works out pretty good. And if we don't get anything, we can just switch them on out, you know? So I'm going to be going between these reeds over here because, you know, like I was saying earlier, fish, they like shade. They like being in the nice, cool places that you can find down there. And also, I think a fish just jumped out and tried to come right after me on that one there. A little too short on the way where it is there. Silly fish. But yeah, my dog back in the day, he'd always be trying to block where the shade was. Now humans are always trying to find shade. That's why you find them folk, you know, they be going under trees and having picnics and stuff like that. Now, I haven't been out on a picnic for a good little while myself, but I suppose if I was going out fishing like I did on my vacation and I had the beer and the princess with me, that was close enough to a vacation as you could get. Oh, there we go, we got one on look. Would you look at that? That's our first spotted bass of the day. Very nice. Look at that little guy flop and flutter. He's gonna get us a good little bit of money on that. 147. Go ahead and keep that. See? He You keep this guy low and slow, and that spinner does all the work for you. The bass like to be at the bottom. You just let the spinner do all the work. It flaps about that golden part on it, which the bass love. The rest of it just goes zzz. You know? Predator fish like bass, they love that sort of thing. Now, bass ain't something that I especially go fishing for all the time, and it's definitely not something that I've really done IRL. Most of the stuff that I go for IRL, it'd probably be rainbow trout for the most part. And those things are darn delicious. Love myself some rainbow trout. I think I got taught as a very young age, be able to how to prepare fish and stuff like that. If I ever do have a kid of my own, I'll probably teach him how to prepare fish too. It's one of those good skills to have. Yeah, it's no worries, Clayleaf. You know, you get yourself into a battle of attrition there, you know, you gotta make a commitment, really get into it. Found myself in that kind of position quite a few times in some games that I play, especially things like Project Cross Zone. It's definitely one of them. Mainly RTS games. Oh, you're not gonna be able to hear the game whatsoever here, Playlive. Fishing Planet here, it really doesn't have any music. I turned off the music in here just because there's really nothing going on in there, so we're just gonna be enjoying that acoustic music in the background there. Because the interface sounds, the environment volume, that sort of stuff, you're barely gonna be able to hear any of that. I can turn it up for you. It's no problem. There we go. There you are. Put that down on a little bit more of a lower level for that there. And we'll raise that a bit. Back, we'll just put this down to low minimum right there. That should be good. So yeah, it's just, that's Fishing Planet in a nutshell. You don't really get to hear too much of what's going on in it there because it's generally a quiet game. It's not something that really makes all too much of a noise. Maybe you get some splashing, you can get some, you know, reeling in there, but usually for the most part, it's good, quiet. Which, I got a bunch of that on my vacation too while I was fishing. I'll see if I can't boost that game audio up just one more little bit. I got a couple of tricks up in my sleeve there. Being an experienced streamer such as I, ha ha ha. You know, there's my ego showing again there. Oh yeah, that's at the maximum it could be. That's the most we're gonna get. But I got some experience under my belt with that sort of thing. Sometimes I can fix things up, sometimes I can't. You know. There we go. So yeah, we're going to be working around with the spinner here. We're going to be looking for some spotted bass. They sure do love it. And this little guy does the work. He does good work on a straight slow coming on in. You know? I got a couple of other lures out there that I've seen that work pretty good. But I really wanted to try out a spinner today because some of the best ones that you can use out there are just a straight, slow dry. Some of the other ones out there that I really like, I'd say, are probably spoons that they got out there. Most of the golden ones worked really good in Texas here. That's what I've found so far. There you go, Glayla. Got yourself a good beer. Hope you enjoy that there. Perfect for a fishing stream like this. I'll just give you a hook, a bobber, and a worm, eh? Ooh. There we go. Right out of the water. This little guy came right at it. We were right at the edge of the water there, and now that's how the bass are, you know, they kind of just poop right out of the reeds there. We'll be keeping that one too. But I tell you guys, if we're getting stuff that's coming out of the reeds and stuff like that there where the bass usually sit, I'll be casting out over here. There's a good amount of reeds and stuff there. You should be able to find some good fish just sitting right out by it. There we go. So yeah, we're just letting that guy sink right down to the bottom. That's where all the good fish are, and straight slow right on back to me. But yeah, I like that nice, slow, enjoyable kind of aura you get for fishing and so forth, and that's what I was really lucky to get when I was going out on vacation there not too long ago. Oh, we got Pee-wee in the background there. Pee-wee. Oh, that's what we've always called those birds. Yeah, I gotta go slow, slow. Go quick, no quick slow. Yeah. Yeah, I got out on the vacation there, and one of the things that, you know, I've always enjoyed, one of the things that I've always wanted to do again in life and haven't been able to for a good while. Just get down onto the dock, pop out a chair, just cast out there. And I had a really good time with that recently. I went going for a rainbow trout. Now, I didn't catch anything, but I tell you, being out there on my own with nothing but nature was really something cathartic for a guy like me. I think mainly I was just dealing with a lot of stress lately, and de-escalating all that inside my mind and my heart was a good thing for me. Have a beer there, had some pretzels on the side. And now I know there are some folk out there that'd be like, oh, if you're going fishing, you gotta catch something. It's like, no. You're going out fishing, you're there to have a good time. It doesn't matter if you find yourself a fish or not. You get one, you're just lucky that you got one, that's all. A little bit of luck on the side there, some skill, most of it. And I think the reason I didn't really get anything during my fishing trip, you know, down to the lake is because it was pretty late in the season, yeah. Usually if you want to be going fishing for rainbow trout, you want to be going right in the middle of the season of summer there. All the fish are active, you got all them bugs hatching, mayflies and such. Might sound a little silly, but I had a whole bunch of corn out there. I don't know what it is, but rainbow trout, just like any other fish out there, they love them veggies. And corn seems to be a familiar favorite, you know? Used it in ice fishing. And back in the day, I did a good bit of ice fishing out there. I see a ton of fish just jumping over that way. Let's get a little bit closer into that. Look at all them jumping over there. Won't that go down right into the bottom there? Oh. Alright. I'm gonna have to cast somewhere near to that, because if I go straight forward, I'm gonna get snagged every time. I don't think I heard of tequila before. A Greek meal that's just a lot of entrees. Well, hey, there you go. I feel that when it comes to food, stuff like that, the Greeks know how to do it best. They got a lot of recipes and stuff out there that's just like, here, we've put a whole bunch of stuff on your plate. Enjoy. There was an impeccable Greek place that I used to have right near my workplace that I used to go to way back in the day when I was still in my 20s. I was still a young man. Well, these guys didn't get all that much attention, which I think was kind of surprising, but, you know, whenever I went there for dinner at dinner time, it's a nice, quiet place to get a meal. Could enjoy Stella. And, you know, one of the things I really liked as a man is the fact that when I went there, they had like 3 servers that would always be out and about. Had a redhead, had a blonde there, had a brunette. It was like something out of a story, right? And they were always all excitable, always telling me about their stories, doing server stuff there and whatnot. And I think the redhead came up to me one time and was like, oh, hey, you know, here's all the burns I had from doing a souvlaki one time because it was all fire, right? She had burnt all of her arm hair off. Hey, look at that! We got ourselves a grass pickerel. See, now, you usually don't get these if you go far out into the lake here. You gotta go into the reeds for these guys, but this is a bit of a switch up. I don't think I'd be catching one of these things, right? That's for sure. But yeah, they were all always happy to tell me about what was going on and, you know, happening around there. And it was a little unfortunate because at the end of the day, that restaurant went under because there was just not enough clientele. Might have been a bad spot, but I really liked it. Oh yeah, most meat skewers, most souvlaki. You put them puppies on fire, it's good stuff. It's like that one scene in Yakuza where they're talking about trait to Majima. You gotta burn it. You get yourself some good trait. Yeah. Yeah, no. For sure. In fact, a lot of restaurants that seemed like they were pretty good in that little strip mall went under. They got turned into other stuff, you know, new up and coming popular breakfast places or, you know, H&R Block, you know, things that would be sustainable as a miniature office just out in the middle of nowhere, you know. Still, it was a nice area. Had a little water fountain out nearby that used to run mostly on the off days. Didn't really get to see it, you know, running all too much because I think that pond itself was built in the bad area. And I think there was probably a lot of stuff that was usually clogging it up, so I'm not surprised it wasn't running all the time. Oh, fly fishing, eh? Fly fishing is a bit of a weird one. Yeah. I went to a nature show and fishing show not too long ago. They were doing a bit of an expo in one of my local areas there. It wasn't too bad. It wasn't the biggest thing in the world, but, you know, it was fun enough to go to for a couple of people. And they did a fly fishing demonstration there, and it seems like it's, you know, a really super active type of thing to do there, but now really what you're doing is just loosening out a lot of line and then just gently letting it float down on the water wherever it lands there. I think that at the end of the day is not as active as it might seem to most people, but it definitely is a little bit more involved. Definitely got to get yourself some wader boots if you're going to be doing that. But yeah, it was a fun little thing to watch, and I got the gist of it. I could probably do fly fishing, you know, keeping it at that same spot. But for a guy like me, I prefer bobber fishing, and I prefer, you know, trolling. And I prefer, you know, casting and reeling in. Speaking of which, I'm going to go out this way. We're going to try something different. Oh yeah, it's certainly more involved than just throwing her out with a line there and keeping it on the bobber. Bobber fishing is probably the most relaxed form of fishing out there. So it be said, so it be done. So, I do like this little spinner tail I got on here, but I think I'm going to try myself maybe a casting spoon or a slop spoon. I haven't been into the slop spoons too much lately. Let's try one of these. That's going out here. We'll do a good little slow reel in, see if that works good. And if we're not getting anything from that, then we might change it up to where we start working on a little bit of jump and go for that little casting type thing. That's a heavy spoon right there, I tell you what. Straight slow, right on the bottom. That's all them bottom fish right there. Be looking at that thing. What the heck is that going along the underturf? That's what all the fish will be asking right now. But yeah, I'm hoping we could probably get some more money in this game here and we can get another bobber fishing rod. For the most part, if you're going to be using something like that, it's mostly just, you know, crappie. What are the other types? Yeah. Hey, you get bluegill, sunfish, that sort of thing. You don't sell for too much, but it's a much more relaxed method of catching stuff. I wonder if I take it right off the middle there. If I get it off the bottom, we'll have more looking at that slop spoon. Bobber fishing is probably a tad too chill for a stream. Maybe. Maybe. But that's why they've got some setups in here where you can have two rods. Where you can go with the casting rod, and then you can have bobber set out there as well at the same time if you have the right stuff and the right level. You know what? I'll put my casting spoon on there. I really like this one. It's optimal for what we've got our setup to. And you have to put a little bit more into this one right here to actually catch anything. Check it out. So you get a good cast on that there, you let her sink down to the bottom. And then you get that onto a reel-in level of 2. Then it's about 3, no, let's put it at 2 levels beneath full. Alright. Stop and go. This is a method that I really like using. It's a nice little wiggle for that casting spoon. Fish love this. I do a pretty good job of it, I'd like to think. Oh, keep it high on the spoons there, huh? Yeah? Oh, there we go. That's one of them right there. See, I told you, they love that stop and go coming out there. These ones, yeah, be a little bit more careful with, because it ain't just spotted bass. No, sir. You can start getting trophy with that type of fishing out there in the middle. Well, there we go. We got ourselves another fish right in the middle of the lake there. Not too bad. Hey, Sunder, welcome on in, my friend. Hope you're having a good day. Hope things are going good for you. Hey, how's it going? How's it going, Crow? Hope you're having a good Friday as well. Haven't caught any Hyrule Loaches or Magikarp yet, but, you know, we're getting some bass out here. It's decent fishing so far. We've had some good success with our spinner, or golden spinner that we got out there. And our casting spoon, our number 9 casting spoon over here, has been pretty good as well with the stop and go method of fishing. I think we also caught a pickerel at one point too, which is something I don't see too much around here. Oh, there she goes. There's another one. Coming right on in there, coming on red hot. Like I said, folks, you get that golden out there, these fish, these bass out here, they just can't resist a good casting spoon like that there. That guy's a little bit of a little feller, but we'll keep him anyways. But yeah, you come out there with one of them casting spoons, golden color, works real good and that's a good one to have. I like the casting spoon a lot. The spinner over here is pretty good. It's a little bit light for our rod. Slop spoon, haven't had too much luck with that just yet, but we'll try it out. Yeah. Yeah. And I tell you, spotted bass out there, they love those glinting light scales. They really do. Alright, we're back from that small ad break there. Yeah, them casting spoons are good for being a good little wiggle. They've got some nice little, space on them right there. Yeah, they're good for finding some of those spotted bass out here. We're getting a good amount of them so far. And we're probably going to be, looking for these until we've got a little bit more money. We can move on to one of the different lakes that we got. Oh yeah, I almost forgot, guys. Had such a good time out there fishing and going on vacation and trying to look for a little bit of rainbow trout out there that I had a note from my folks come in not too long ago. I was thinking to myself, well, what are they bugging me for? I just had a good vacation. I didn't do anything wrong. And it turns out that they liked having me along for that fishing trip so much that they got me a new fishing chair. It's got a little side table on it for holding my beer. It's a real nice big one, real sturdy and everything. It's pretty good. So, you know, you had to imagine my surprise when just out of nowhere they bought me a new fishing chair from Bass Pro, you know? And I love Bass Pro. Bass Pro shop, oh, one of the best shops I've ever been to in my life. That's like Christmas on an early morning for a Canadian. You go to one of those things and it's just like, my gosh, you're gonna see all the coolest stuff. And there's one out there in Canada, one that's better than out of all the other, you know, Bass Pro shops out there. I think. It's at Crossarm Mills. It's somewhere near Alberta, if I remember correctly. And that one just got outfitted with everything that's just, you know, wonderful for that sort of a thing. Now, they've got a huge, huge, huge shop just dedicated to Bass Pro. And they've got a waterfall in there with actual fish. They got just about everything in there. It's amazing. I had a hat from there. I got myself my old chair from there, which I went fishing on during the vacation. They got jerky in there that's real good. You go fishing, you gotta have yourself a little bit of jerky or a snack on you, somehow. Me, I'm partial to pretzels, but I'll go for a good little bit of jerky every now and again. In fact, I've been known to make some jerky. Ever since I got that air fryer with me, I learned that there was a function on it. I'm getting these nibbles here, but they just ain't catching. Shoot. Anyways. Ever since I learned that there was a dehydration method for my air fryers, I figured I can get strips of meat that are pretty good, and I've been able to make my own jerky, because really, it's all just a marinade. And then you cure the meat, essentially. You make sure it's all good to go and there's no disease or whatever, and you make a pretty good jerky out of that. I remember back when I was much younger and we did this for the first time in the oven or so. Because you can do it on the oven if you set it to a low temperature. We did some jerky in the oven. We had a really nice mesh that we put it onto. And I think the funniest thing that I ever learned about me making jerky is that my dog absolutely went buck wild for it. Oh, let me tell you, that little guy, he loved the homemade jerky. You couldn't even go near the meat drawer without that little guy being there right at attention. Because he knew that baggie was in there. He'd go just absolutely spotty wild over all that. I don't know what it is. It's the mix of spices and whatnot. There's a bird like those you can hear back at the home we had at Thetford Mines. Same two-tone, but way more discordant and annoying. Yeah. I think I know which one you're talking about. Ones that I know that I've heard out there is that we got the chickadees. You know, chickadees have always been a nice bird to listen to. They go chickadee-dee-dee-dee-dee. That's why they call them that. Oh, there we go. Whoa. It broke my line, whatever that was. Jeez, what the heck happened there? It killed my line? It got my spoon and everything? Did I get snagged on something? Shoot, son. Oh, that's alright. At least I still got most of my stuff there, but... Oh, there goes my leader, there goes my line and everything. Something just absolutely yanked that out of there. It's okay, though. Got my cast and spoon, and I came with backups. We're good. It was more like Meek Mork. You know, I don't think I ever heard something like that there, Glayla. You know, I've heard of chickadees, I've heard of peewees. It's not the name for the bird, of course, but, you know, we always assented to them being all like, peewee, you know? Just cute little names for these birds coming out and around in nature, mostly around, you know, lakes and stuff. Don't know nothing about that Meek Mork, though. Might be some sort of invasive bird, might be some sort of thing out there that decided to come on in and start making Meek Mork noises around you. Might be family trying to pull a prank on you. Yeah, I'm surprised, guys. That whatever the heck that was a serious lunker that was going after whatever I had on there. And it just killed my line. I probably should have let some slack out on it. Let it go out there just a little bit. But I was too slow to get to, you know, the torque on my rod there. I'm a little bit chuffed about that, but it's okay. It's not the end of the world if you lose lure like that. These things are fairly inexpensive. You're not going to be missing an arm and a leg if, you know, you're out and you lose one of those lures. Ah, shoot it. See, now you got me thinking, Glayliv. Trying to think, what would a Meek Mork be? If I got some sort of duck or something out there, I don't know. I know when I was on vacation, I had a couple of coyotes out there. We're going to the background. Got some ducks. Ducks are cheeky. Now, let me tell you, folks, I was sitting right on the dock enjoying my fishing, and at one point, one of them ducks decided it would swim right past my line because all of them were so incredibly enchanted with humanity. I didn't understand it, but it just kept on going close. So then one of them kind of got wrapped up, and I was able to free the silly little guy, which is good. But I tell you, it was a funny little snafu getting that guy all caught up in my line and everything. I was about to catch me a duck at that point. Well, there's that one again there that was really just catching my line again. That's the one that broke my line the last time because I had too much on it. That one's a real fight or whatever it is. Actually, I have to put some effort into this. Or whatever the heck that thing is, it's coming for me, and it's a fighter. You see that thing? He's just pulling my line out there. What the heck is this little guy? I'm curious. What is it? That's just a spotted bass, and this thing ripped my lure right out of there. You gotta be kidding me. Well, I'll keep you. Hey, lucky us. Challenge completed. We got ourselves Bass Guru number 1. What does that mean, you might be wondering? We just got ourselves 500 bass over my entire career. For that, we get ourselves a little bit of Bitcoin right there and an achievement on Twitch. Ooh. Actually, no, this is what I'm talking about. It's actually Bassmaster number 3. Just catch a certain number of bass, you get 3 Bitcoin for that, on an exclusive type of fluoro line called the X Series Fluoro. It's a 0.65 millimeter line, and the item has been placed on our backpack. Very cool. Let's check that out, shall we? That is a lot of line to that there. That's pretty good. Tell me more about it. This fluorocarbon fishing line is part of the exclusive X-Series tackle, made of the highest grade of pure polyvinylidene fluoride. This line is ultra-sensitive and almost invisible to fish, despite its strength. Well, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna go home. We'll get all our money and experience from that little fishing trip there. We got ourselves a good little bit. It's not bad. And since I lost my lure, I think we're gonna buy ourselves a new one. Got just enough bait coins to be able to go to the shop and take a look at some of these barbless spinners, eh? They got a lot of good nano spinners out there. They look pretty darn good, but these two, during the start of the stream today, I didn't think I was going to have enough bait coin to be able to buy these, but I could get myself one of these new ones here. I think I'm liking this beetle one over here that's got the gold and the black to it. Oh, hold on. I'll be right back, folks. Gotta take a phone call. Hi there. Sorry about that. Just had to take a quick phone call. It was from my mom. So I love my mom. And, yeah, you're not wrong, Layla. Maybe I'll set up an ad break to automatically play whenever I do that hotkey. But that'll be something for the future. Yeah, you know what? Moms are awesome. That's true, Rusunder. I got lucky. I got a good couple of parents and I love them very much, you know? Oh, no, yeah, totally, Glayliv. As moderators, you have exclusive privileges to be able to start up an advertisement, I do believe. I'm not sure if you can or you can't, but I'm pretty sure you can, anywho. And then, on top of that, I believe that I could set it up so that whenever I go over to that break screen, I can play an ad on that. And then we don't have to have an ad for the times when I come back. Anyhow, I've made my decision. I made up my mind. I'm going to be buying this barbless spinner, 14 grabs over here. which I think just looks really cool. Because I lost one today, which really sucks, but now I get to have this new barbless spinner. Really good stuff. So, I think I'm going to use some of this new line that I have here with this barbless spinner. Terminal tackle weight is optimal for that there, and then since I got it at home here, I've got a titanium leader and a fluorocarbon that I can put into my backpack for later if I need it. And there you go. Can I put bait on this because it's barbless? No, I can't put bait on that thing. Still. Very cool that we got ourselves some very new, cool, and rare fishing line on that. And very happy to have that new barbless spinner. I want to see how that works. Because we have a good bit of money, we can go over to the Lesnieville fishery and see how it works over there. Hope you have your mandatory fishing 6-pack of beer. Man, I wish I did too, or Sunder, but poor Barkeep's a little light on cash at the moment. That'll be for later on in the week or the month even. But I digress. Don't need to have beer if I get to go fishing and have a good time with you guys here. You guys can have the drinks. But let's check out Lesnieville Fishery here. It's in the Czech. I haven't been to this lake yet. It looks like a nice little lake here. A little bit cold starting out in the... Well, actually a little bit hot starting the day there. And then it gets colder, which is kind of neat. Hugs to you too, our Sunder. It's all good, you know? And I'll look at that later for you, Galilo, see if I can't grant permissions for you guys to run advertisements. But... oh, where do I want to go? I like this little dock I'm seeing down here. Let's go to this area here, Gazebo in the Woods. 5 a.m. in the morning. We'll take a look. Let's see how good that new line is, that new lure is. Apparently this line is supposed to be really amazing. Oh wow, look at that. Got fog out on there. This is perfect time for fishing. Let's give her a cast. Oh, it doesn't go very far, does it? I think that might be a little bit problematic. The line, I don't get a lot of line with that, do I? Yeah, it won't fit that much line on that that reel there. Shoot. Is there one out there where I can fit more line onto it? I don't know. And just the reel that I have is not good for that. That kind of sucks. It's the capacity on it. The capacity just doesn't have enough for it. If I had a little bit more money, I think maybe the mini spin over there might be able to. I don't know. Let me see. It's 0.65 compared to 0.18. Yeah. There's no way for me to be able to do that. So, that's alright. We still got a whole bunch of the X-Series fluoro over there, and I don't think it's going to be too much of a difference. We go back to our braided type over here, where we've got decent length on it. So we'll just use our regular mag fin until we have something that, you know, the fluoro line over there can actually use. And as much as I'm, you know, woe to do it, it's already been cut, so we'll get rid of that. Yeah, it's a really thick line. I need better equipment to be able to use that. That's a shame. This is the customization I love. Yeah, a lot of customization in this game here, Sunder. I like it too. And shoot! So because that one's heavy enough, I can actually get it out to good length. we can actually get that barbless spinner out there. The other ones were a little too light. Let's put that a little bit faster on that straight slow. There we go. But yeah, I'll look into that stuff for you guys. We'll see if I can't do a little bit of customization, make it work a little bit better for you in the future. You know, today's just as much a testing day as it is just being able to relax and do a little bit of fishing out on a lake. Speaking of which, there's another ad break coming up right there. I might replace that sound with something that's a little bit more, you know, a little less tense than Mega Man. But I felt it was a good little placeholder for just the moment, you know? Yeah, it is pretty intense. I guess the reason why I made it like that is to make sure that I know that it's going to be coming at me. I mean, that's one of the big things, is that I know that it's going to be coming at me. Because I don't want to be talking and then it just goes, boop, there's an ad. But one of the things I didn't know is that OBS actually has a thing that shows you when an ad's about to start, so I guess it's not so much for my benefit anymore, to be honest. Hey, I can keep this thing right in the middle with a straight slow if I cast it out and start pulling it back right away. Which is really good. Gotta have some power to it because this thing is heavy. I think that's gonna work out for the most part. Might not be the one for this village here, but I think it'd probably be pretty good if I was going for some of the bass they had back in Texas. You know what? I'll tell you what. It's a relaxed enough stream, and I am just kind of fixing up things on the fly here and there while I'm, you know, doing work and whatnot. If it freaked the heck out of poor old Thunder, then maybe I can find another thing that'll maybe be a little bit more chill for him, eh? Don't want to be spooking the stoner. That's a bad thing to do. Yeah, it does need to be attention-grabbing, but, you know. I was about to assume the bomb position, huh? Oh, yeah, we outright spooked poor Thunder over there. Guy was running to his bomb shelter. He was ushering for all the family to get in there. You know, he's checking the cans. You know what? How about the PS1 startup sound? That'll be fun. We'll go with that. There you go. I love the PS1 startup sound. I know you guys do too. Everybody's going to be fine with that one. Shufa. Right. You know, I'm going to have to be smart about this one. I've never done this like before. So I don't know what's popular around here for the fish. I don't know what isn't. Suppose we'll probably find that out with a little bit of fishing experience here and changing out our spinners and spoons and whatnot. I would lose all of my viewers if I made it into the Lavo Streech. If I did that, you know, that would be something. I mean, it'd definitely get the attention of everybody, that's for sure. But I got it as the PS1 startup sound now, so, you know, we'll go with that. It's chill, it's nice, it gets my attention. We all win. And then the ads refused to change. You know, it's funny, I haven't played Chrono Trigger in the longest time. I mean, it's something that I used to religiously play back when I was a younger kid, and, you know, the SNES emulators were still a pretty new thing. I know one time I went out to have my laptop repaired because, you know, it wasn't working properly, and the guy at the counter had the gall to say, "Oh, it's the emulators that you shouldn't be having on there, ma'am. They give you viruses." 14-year-old me was about ready to beat the crap out of this pimpled-looking 19-year-old because he was telling my mom the misinformation. I still kind of can't believe it, that he would have the gall to go that far, and I bet you anything he was using his position to pull a little prank. But I digress. I got this computer over here now, it's a pretty good one. Haven't done Terranigma, I think. I like the music to it, though. Illusion of Gaia, huh? That's a dark game. That is a dark, 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 dark game. Can't say I like it much. You got ghost sign, ghost ship. You got a pig killing itself to feed people. Ugh. Yeah, we're back. Thank you so much for waiting. Didn't catch anything while you guys were away. Went right back to the menu over here. But, I don't think we're getting any real good luck with the barbless spinner that we got going out here. Might be because I should put a tail on the end of that there, so we're going to try that for a little bit. And then if that doesn't work, we're probably going to be swapping over to this narrow spoon that I got here, Amalite. That's probably going to be a good little thing to try out here, I think. But as I was saying, Illusion of Gaia, that is a dark, 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 dark game, and just everything about it is very depressing. You know, even your assassin gets burnt to a crisp. Just, it's a strange game, it's a dark game. I don't know how to feel about it. I don't know how to feel about the ending. The ending just makes my stomach kind of feel ugly. This is one of those things that I don't know how to feel about. That was Enix that made Illusion of Gaia, wasn't it? I genuinely forget who it was who did that. But it's one of those games that just, it doesn't sit well with me. Much like this barb of the spinner not doing anything. Let's switch over to the narrow spin. You know, I haven't played Terra Enigma before, but much like everything else out there, I feel like Terra Enigma is one of those games that I could enjoy if I started playing it. It's got a really good underworld theme that I've heard a couple of times that I really like. Yeah, it's got some good songs on it. It seems like a pretty good action RPG. I would be copacetic to being able to play that in the future, I think. What was that? There was something there. Something like this here. Let's try that again. This narrow spoon might be a winner. I'm gonna see if it is. Yeah. Could be a winner, might not be a winner. We'll have to see how that spoon goes. Only problem is it's pretty heavy. Oh, there goes Layla's pants. It's getting a little bit colder out, my dudes. You don't have those on, it's it's getting cold out there for you, my friend. There, let's put a little bit more torque on that. You know, that way when we're reeling that sucker in, we'll have a little bit more pull on it. We have that spoon up near the front. Oh, poor Layla not trying to disrupt the chill. All of a sudden he comes out of left corner with his pants. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Or no, maybe I shouldn't allow it. Because if I do allow it, then I would be condoning toxic behavior in my channel. That was a funny thing that I read earlier. Like, I mean, toxic is defined by many different variations, and I think you should just use your best judgment if you're moderating the chat, but... yeah. You got a little bit silly there at times, I think. Not exactly as black and white as most people might think. You know what? It's going pretty good with that, gosh darn narrow spoon. I'm gonna switch me out to my usual casting spoon. Number 14 grams on there. We'll do a little bit of jigging. See if that gets the same thing. Casting out old reliable there. We'll see if old reliable on stop and go can do anything for us. Ooh, trying to nibble there. Like I said, there's not a lot of fish out there that don't like old reliable there. See what I mean? There's another nibble on that. I don't know if that's a fish that's interested, or if they just like silver around here. This could be one that could be working. But clearly, the fish out here seem to have a proclivity for silver, so we'll keep that in. Oh, well, what a nice Friday I get to enjoy with all you guys here in chat. And just chill out, shoot the shit. I don't gotta worry about nothing. Sometimes it does get into my head a little bit when I'm playing a more stressful game out there, like maybe if I'm doing like Cyberpunk or, Metroid, or especially Lava Lana 2. Sometimes it does get into my head a little bit. Sometimes I gotta be on my A game, have a little bit of energy going for that sort of thing. End of the stream, I'm absolutely kaput for energy and I got nothing left. I always gotta go, put food in my belly or something just to even keep going. Because, it takes a lot of you for that sort of thing. But this is one of those kind of moments in those kind of games, kind of like Stardew Valley or Harvest Moon, where, I can just kind of lean back, enjoy myself, talk to folks. And sometimes I forget that's the kind of thing that I really enjoy. Oh, big stretch there. Ho. Played a little bit of Overwatch too. Yeah. Some good stuff. Llama Lana 2 might have had you in the squeeze a bit. Sometimes it does. But it's not too bad of a game to have every now and again, and it's not bad to have that pressure on you sometimes. I do perform pretty well under pressure. But I'll tell you what. Oh man, I gotta look up this lake. Fishing Planets Check Lake. Because I have no idea what's good out here. So we'll figure out what we're needing to do to catch some fish. Gosh darn it. So let's see. Lizny Villa Fishery, Czech Republic. There's nothing like casting a line and enjoying the gentle spring sunshine. In the Czech Republic, with its fishing union dating back to the 19th century, some of the best fisheries for this pleasant pastime in all of good old Europe. Like the picturesque little pond of Lesny Villa, hidden from the rest of the world amidst woody wilderness, is a precious gem. Originally a tiny pond, this compact waterway was expanded and stocked with fish like common roach, European perch, northern pike, silver bream, tench, and common carp. It's a good selection. All much to the delight of both local angling enthusiasts as well as avid fishing travelers from afar. So, the stuff that we're going to be looking for are roaches, perches, pikes, breams, tenches, and carp. Interesting types of fish. Really? Yes, I am checking things out. But I digress. I'm gonna have to figure out what I'm gonna go for. I think it'd be kind of cool if I did some pike fishing around here. Now, you guys never been fishing for pike. Those things, they got teeth. Those are the kind of fish that you gotta be careful when you're pulling them out of the water, otherwise they bite you. And they bite you good. I know a couple of folks out there, friends of my father, and, just some folk in general. They've been going for pike fishing, and they've cut themselves a little bit on the, mouth of a pike or something, or, on the backs of them even a little bit. But if I have to get my brain all up and going for what a pike would like, I'm thinking casting spoons, shads maybe? Casting spoons and shads probably. And I do have a couple of casting spoons for that, and I do have a couple of shads on the back there. And I have the jig heads for them, yeah? Oh, what? Let's pop this number 5 swamp green shad onto the end there. See if the pike like that. I don't know if this is something that they're going to be liking all too much, but, if that's correct in my memory as to what they like, then bond for me. The only other person that I know that's ever been from, like, the Czech Republic that I have in my memory there has been this kid back in elementary school. Don't even remember his name. And the only reason I remember the poor kid is it's because of the one time I got in trouble for throwing a snowball. Terminal tackle is too light for the rod. Casting short. What about this one? Optimal. Okay. But anyways, I thought I was going to be chucking a snowball out there at this poor kid. And it turned out that it was one of them weather times in Canada where the snow wasn't, you know, all that very soft or fluffy. Instead, it was more compact, so at the end of the day, I accidentally threw an ice ball at this kid's face. Smacked him right on the nose. Kid started bleeding out the nose, crying. Never saw the kid again, don't know why. I definitely got in trouble. And I felt really bad because I didn't mean for it to be an actual problem thing. You know, I just thought, oh, hey, I'm gonna throw a snowball at a kid. This is gonna be funny. Ha ha ha. You know? But complete accidental mishap. I got in trouble for that, and I remember the parents were all up in arms. They were all like, oh, we're gonna make you write a whole bunch of lines, you know, you're gonna do a whole bunch of cursive. It was a real throwback to some of those Machiavellian punishments where it's like, oh, you've done a wrong thing? Here are chores for you to do, peasant. But, you know, it wasn't a huge issue afterwards. You know, the kid wasn't mortally injured or anything, but yeah, be checking that weather if you're going to be throwing a snowball, because holy crap, accidental ice balls, that can happen to you. I feel bad for that Czech kid. It got him right in the schnoz, too. Poor guy was just bleeding. And I think for the first little bit, they weren't getting any real response out of him either, so, you yeah, there's me on the other side of the kid, like, oh my god, what do I do? And the teacher on the other side, like, what the hell did you do, you little shit? We all have those moments, I like to think. I'm wondering if maybe this jig here I got, this jig head, isn't good. I mean, if you're out and about, you can get some things here and there that you can, you know, grab. Terminal tackle and things beside. But you don't get the full experience of the shop there. So I'm going to leave for a second. It's okay that I didn't get anything, but you can only access the whole shop if you actually leave the area. So you have to be careful with what you're paying on going for a trip and stuff like that, because if you leave, you have to go back with another travel cost, you have to get the advanced license if it expires, or a basic license. But this one's okay because we've got enough money and it's not the most expensive thing in the world, but you gotta take a look at those here. Yeah, ice balls are not obvious if you make it too fast, and I had to do it fast because, you know, there were teachers watching all around, and, you know, they had that whole thing where they were like, oh, no, you can't have any of that going on, young man. No snowballs in our area. Well, here we go. We've got barbless jig heads around here. We've got casting spoons. Yeah, look pretty good. That cost me a pretty penny if I'm going to have to get one of those barbless jig heads. Well, I'm just kind of thinking about it. We've got saltwater lures. Saltwater stuff is like for the ocean. We're not going to be able to get any of this until we're like way up there. I digress. Got a lot of different baits out there that you can use for this sort of thing. But I don't have any bait hooks or anything or a rod that can take that, so for us, it's just all lures. Yeah, I could get myself a grub. Might not be a bad idea. But let's see what we have further down the line there, because I got little bits that I might be able to use here. I don't know what this is here, you know, for these things. What is that? Club tokens. Playing clubs, competitive activity, and win more of them. Okay, I see. Have to get tokens for these wild-looking things. Oh. Let's go up to where our level is. Let's go up to where level 50 is. Well, we've unlocked a couple of spoons here. It's not bad. No other spoon is versatile as medium spoon, whether you fish for pike, salmon, or trout. Hey, we are looking for pike. Medium spoon is the right choice. It's easy to cast and can be trolled at almost any speed. Perfect for going after a wide range of game fish. Well, I think I'll go for a lemon tiger right over here. We'll grab that one. Because I finally have it unlocked, why not? And there's also some medium spoons over here that got the gold. It's got the usual silver on them, but... well... I'll try one of these medium spoons out here. We'll see how that goes. Says it's good for pike. Pike's what we're after. So let's see if they like it. If they do, great. If they don't, darn it. Alright, that should be... Hello, Silver Trout Victor 58. Some of these guys just have the strangest names on here. I like some of the folks that come on at Fishing Planet here are just, you know, some little folk every now and again just to, you know, try some fishing. I don't know. It's very clear that they don't have a Steam account or something. Which is all the more funny to me because I think that kind of happens in, what was it? VR chat. I think that happens a whole bunch. I've had flack for that too. My name in there is Barkeep 1D69 because I've never gotten a VR chat account because I don't have a VR headset, right? It's not something I go on too often. I only do it just to hang out with a certain friend. But I think it's a funny application. I think it's funny that I got 1D69 on my name. And funny enough, there are some people out there that just don't appreciate it whatsoever. There's also VR purists. The funniest thing that I think I would ever have experienced or met in my entire life are VR purists. You guys are probably wondering what I'm saying when I say that. Well, you can play VR chat with an Xbox controller. Just kind of means that your model moves around and does whatever it needs to. But you're not getting that whole VR experience. When you do that, you're kind of wooden in your movements and so forth, and so most people can tell, oh, hey, I think we got a pike. Hello! Our new spoon is working! Hell yeah! I wonder what we got here. Yeah, that's a pike, alright. Look at that. New personal record. That's my first catch for a northern pike. See the teeth on that thing? Wasn't lying when I said that thing's got teeth. It'll chomp you. Also got them little spines on the back there. It'll hurt too. But back to the whole story I was going on about there is that VR purists. There's some folk out there that if they see you going around with one of them Xbox controllers and, you know, you're going around, you're having a fun time and chatting on VR chat, and they noticed that. Well, I had a group of people one time when I was out with a friend, and they were saying, you don't have, VR? What are you even doing on this platform? And then I think it was one guy and just a group of other people out there that were just giving me shit left, right, and center for not having a VR headset, which I thought was really funny. All right, another young northern pike. Very good. I'm liking this one already. But that was just so funny to me that there was some sort of quasi-elitism that had been brought up within VR chat. I just thought it was really funny. Holy crap, there's another one coming up here. What? Look, it was just a medium spoon that I bought here, and we've already had 3 fish on the line already. My god. You're absolutely gosh darn right, Layla. This new spoon that we got here is pulling in pike faster than I can take them. I have an achievement on here, too. If we catch 250 of these things, we get ourselves the Pike Master achievement. Feels good. But yeah, if there'll ever be a completely silly thing to me in my entire life, it's people in VR chat being all snobby about having VR headsets over people who don't. That is funny to me. That is like a rich kid with a Gucci bag bragging to his friends. And it's like, Daddy bought that bag. Nobody else but Daddy bought that bag. And it's like, nah, I mean, I don't mean to be a dick, but there is just something about it that's just kind of like, yeah, alright, buddy. Yeah, no, like, I mean, I have the room to do VR in here. If I ever did get a VR setup, I could do that with you folks. We could have VR screens and that sort of stuff, Sitting VR is definitely something I could do. But I just don't have the money for that sort of thing. Money, money, money. I'm always talking about frickin' money somehow, I don't get it. I'm pretty good about most things around here, I try to find free ways to, get what I want and get stuff going for a stream, but I feel like I'm always talking about the damn thing, It's like, I'd rather just be streaming and having a fun time, but like, new video editing software. Guess what? That costs $200. When I get a new chair, that's probably somewhere up in the range of like $500 to $600 if it's going to be a good one for the office. Always having to worry about getting enough food for the day and not overspending on that stuff too. And it kind of sucks because then there's a whole bunch of folks out there that'd be like, well, why don't you have UFO 50? UFO 50 is really cool. And it's like, you should play it. And it's like, I do not have $30. It's kind of embarrassing to say that, but it's the truth. But that's just how it is as a streamer. You get a lot of people out there that say stuff like that. It's like, well, why don't you have Hollow Knight? Why don't you have this game or that game or this game? And it's like, you really want to know? Because it's poor etiquette to, talk about financial affairs in somebody else's stream. I mean, it's perfectly fine to do that in your own, but if it comes to somebody else's stream and somebody asks me about it, I just try to cut it off right at the limb and be like, nah, don't worry about it. Especially with that new UFO 50 title, which, to be honest, I'm not the most inclinated towards. I mean, UFO 50 is a fine game, don't get me wrong. It's got some strong points to it. It's got some weak points to it, too. Just like anything else out there. And I think for the most of it, it's very NES-centric. Got a lot of NES stuff going to it. That's the sort of thing that, you know, it's alright every now and again. You know, I prefer to have, like, a Mega Man 4 title every so often. But I'm not going to be the guy that goes out there to play Ninja Gaiden every day of my life, right? It's just one of those things that it's not the most intensive thing that I'll always focus on. But it's nice to have it every now and again. It's neat, but personally, I don't think I would get the full benefit of it. I'd be like, cool, yeah, that'd be great if I could, you know, get that sometime in the future, but it's not a major thing on my shopping list. And yet, at the same time, there's a lot of people out there that be like, oh, you should get UFO 50. What I think is really funny is that they ask me to get it, then they never hang around. And I mean, that's some high hypocrisy right there. But I digress. Ad break coming up on here. Be back in just a moment, eh? I'll just be checking over my stuff, looking at my spooners and spinners. Yeah. Just always egging me on about that one sort of thing. And it's like, yeah, nope, can't have it. No UFO 50 for me. Or at least not for a little while. That's a good amount of pike I've got there. 3 of them so far, it's not bad. All in the early morning, too. Not bad for the way you... And we're back. Thank you so much for waiting. Got myself a little bit of water while I was away. These ads are actually working out in favor of me being able to refill my cup. Ah, good stuff. All right, let's get back to some more fishing, shall we? Yeah, I was a little bit unsure about that in the first part there, but they do give you those nice little breaks that, you know, help everybody last a little bit longer. I was hoping for going for more of, like, you know, 3 hours, 4 hours, stuff like that. But recently I couldn't find that I could do that. I could only go for about, like, 3, which kind of sucked. I was wondering why that was. And it turns out that, whoopsie-daisies, I had a bit of a pinched spot on my body that I had to take care of. It wasn't fun. I don't know how I got that part of me pinched, but, you know, I couldn't sit in the office for very long because it was causing me a rather excruciating amount of pain. And so then I actually took a look at my chair because I was wondering what the heck was going on, and there was like a part of it there that wasn't, correctly put together like it should be, or it gotten loose. So I'm not sure how it got to be like that, but I had it fixed up, and now there's no problem. But that pinch had been killing my streams early, just because I couldn't stand to sit in my chair because it was hurting me so much. Of course, that's not the usual thing that I usually bother anybody about, but, that one was a fierce one while it was a problem. And yeah, those advertisements on there, they're getting rid of the pre-roll, that's pretty good. I'm hoping that'll help out with new people coming on into the stream. I'm always looking for new ways to improve things around here and get things running better. It's all trial and error, I think today's probably going to be some of the biggest trial and error that I go through. Mainly just looking after some of the advertisement things here and there. Making sure that's all correctly set up. Oh yeah. You're not wrong about that one, Glaliv. Life definitely is trial and error on a lot of stuff. Which, like, trying to figure out what these pike like to get. Another good-sized pike there. Not a lot of money for these darn things. I think they'd be paying more for pike, but no, I'll take what I can get. I think it's more about the achievement that we're trying to go for too here, because getting those achievements apparently nets you, some pretty cool stuff like that fluorocarbon fiber that was really rare. I didn't know you could get that if you caught a whole bunch of them for bass. So it was kind of neat getting that today. But yeah, it's fun times figuring all that stuff out, making it run right. I'll probably stick with the PS1 startup noise for the advertisement alert. Not too terrible, gets my attention, it's good stuff. If then there be one other only thing that I'll do in the future, it'll probably be just looking into whether I can make it so that moderators can run an advertisement. And then setting it up so that an advertisement is run whenever I go on a break. Which I can do with Mix It Up. And let me tell you, Mix It Up is a good program for a lot of stuff. You want to get yourself a third-party program for a whole bunch of stuff in your stream, Mix It Up is the way to go. I'll tell you, I've had to do a lot of work with some of that stuff, and it's not straightforward for a lot of it, but once you learn how to do it, you do a lot of cool things with it. Now, it's kind of funny, I was a little bit worried about that program today because it was coming up with a whole bunch of updates. They're doing a bunch of updates they've been rolling out lately, and it's like, read these carefully, they may break if you do this after you've launched your stream, which is really good advice from them, but at the same time, I'm just kind of like sitting here thinking to myself, oh, what did I do? Just the big old eternal question of every streamer that's ever existed in the time that we have been alive. Do I dare update the thing or not? And much like being the crazy, kooky, and wholly aggressive man that I am, I dare to update. I dare to update. I really only think that I dared to update things so, rapidly. It's because I know how to fix them on the fly really good, too. And it's like, not everybody is good at that. I know some people out there that if an update breaks something for them, that's like a week they have to go in there and inspect that. I've known a couple of guys that have had to really put the pedal to the metal on trying to figure out that sort of stuff. Definitely not for them. Me, though, you know, I can get along with this stuff pretty good. You know, I got that knack, you know? Sometimes it's all good, sometimes technology rejects you and everything that you try to do with it. Oh, man. You know what's a phrase that I found out that wasn't too popular with a lot of people? It's true, it's a true phrase, but people don't like it. And the phrase is, technology is only as smart as its user. Now, while that may be true, please feel some restraint for telling that to anyone in public. Because it's definitely not the sort of thing that you go out to a bar and tell somebody, because you're going to get a lot of people that just rear their ugly heads at that one. It's like, what the hell do you mean it's only as smart as its user? I get a printer over here that breaks on me all the time. Bop, 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 bop. And then you have to decide whether it's worth it to get into that whole argument over whether the fact that the printer wasn't working because they didn't know how to fix it or do maintenance on it, or if you just let it go, because no matter which way you try to angle this, it'll sound like you just personally insulted somebody and their entire family. And the family dog. That's one of those phrases that just gets under everybody's skin no matter what you do, so you gotta avoid it like the plague. You know, because everybody goes, "Oh, really?" at that. It's a funny reaction to watch if, you know, you don't mind burning the bridge with the person that you're talking to, but... not one for your associates and whatnot. Get him! I describe it as tech does exactly what you told it, but sometimes you say the wrong thing accidentally. And you're not wrong with that, too. You're not wrong with that, too, because there's been a lot of times where, you know, I've put something into a parser like YouTube or Google, and it comes back with exactly the wrong thing, and then I change it with one little parser addition or subtraction, and lo and behold, everything works. And really, sometimes that's all it is for Google and YouTube. The parser being the search bar, for those who don't know. Not exactly the most common term, but now you know. Tech is incredibly dumb. It does whatever you tell it to without any thought. It's easy to break it if you say the wrong thing. Yeah. That's why they have the entire terminology of tech literate within the business world. Because there's some people who know how to say all the right things, and some people who know how to say all the wrong things. That's just human nature to a T. Nothing to do with, you know, nurture at all. Some people got it, some people don't. And me, I like to think I've got it pretty good. Makes things easy to deal with. I cast out here. Zzz. Shoo. Good cast. But yeah, it's the sort of thing that happens a whole bunch, and you gotta deal with it, you know? No, that's also something that I thought was kind of funny. As when I was, you know, getting to young adulthood, I was being told by a lot of people left, right, and center that, oh, you're going to have a tough time, you don't know how to do anything yet, and you're going to have problems left, right, and center. And that just never occurred for me because my parents had already taught me how to do laundry. I knew how to pay taxes. You know, by that point, when I was living alone, people telling me that I was going to have the worst time of my life trying to figure all this out, it was like, what do you mean adulting is hard? Being an adult takes resources and effort, yes, but it's not hard. Saw another post out there that was very similar to the notion of what I'm talking about there. It said that, you know, being an adult doesn't have to be all taxes and, you know, hemorrhaging money all the time. Sometimes it can be rustic bread on a piece of wood. They're damn right about that. They're damn right about it being a rustic bread piece on a wooden pallet. Heck, I sometimes do that too. Sometimes I make bread. We got the bread tutorial in the Discord. Shows you how to make good bread if you ever want to get into it. It's not hard to do. Just takes a little bit of effort. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's the same thing over here, Glayla, is that I'm a very independent person with my living and whatnot. So being able to move out on my own, being able to make my own food and all that, it's just one of the big things about being able to move out. That was great. And unfortunately, one of the things that I had to really fight for with moving out, one of the things that was a huge benefit was not having to deal with onions in my food anymore. Water chestnuts, my stir fry. I don't like onions, and I've made it very clear to my family time after time, but they'll always fight me on it. Every time. Even now, you know, one parent will take the side of, he doesn't like onions, you understand that. And then, you know, the other side will be like, oh yeah, well, it's onions, you know, I made him small enough, he could pick them out, you know, or I'll just, you know, I'll mush them up so he doesn't, you know, taste them. And you can guess which sides those are, I bet. But, you know, one of the things I don't have to worry about and deal with now that I live on my own. Except for every now and again when delivery messes up an order. Which, in the past 7 months, I'm so glad to be able to tell you all that I have not been using that anymore. Because aside from some delivery people being very rude, and being very, very, very silly, and that delivery in itself was kind of fun to have for a little while, especially with COVID and whatnot going on, it's just turned into a straight shit show now. You know, they'll bungle up orders, they'll get onion on things that aren't supposed to have onions, and then I think one of the big things that happened recently that I showed off in the Discord was that the government changed a couple of laws according to delivery apps and delivery functions like that. So DoorDash turned around and was all like, oh, we're going to put an extra 99-cent fee onto everything and $2.99 onto everything that isn't just simple delivery. And I feel like I explained that pretty well because it was a government reactionary fee increase, they called that. It's like, the government can change a lot of stuff, and it's so broad that they could have been like, we're going to say that drivers now have to wear their seatbelts when going out and doing a delivery. And that would have been all it would have taken for DoorDash to be like, we're going to charge you extra. So I'm really glad I'm not using those stupid delivery apps anymore. I'd rather go out and get the damn thing myself than have to deal with that. And then you get some of the people out there that are just not so great with it. You tell them not to knock on the door like an absolute buffoon, and then you get Hulk Hogan going boom, boom, boom. Ooh, yeah, brother. Right outside your door. You know. I think one of the funniest ones I ever had was getting lip for having a delivery because I took a little bit too long to get to the door because I had to go to the bathroom beforehand. And I finally got to the door, and then the guy at the door was just like, "What took you? You were trying to get free food or something, weren't you?" Ran off before I could really say anything else. Silly. I understand that retail and delivery jobs can be really stressful. You know, it's not the best way to eke out a living. But there's no reason to be like that, I think. No matter what job you're in, reason to be like that. Well, I tell you, I've been in a lot of retail jobs, and I've had customers that have been kind of like that. I mean, most of them have been pretty fine. You don't really get too much of an issue, but one of them went off on probably one of the most timid coworkers I'd ever had in my life. Because we had to lock the bathroom because we were in a bit of a shitty part of town. So that was an interesting thing to see. And then there was another time where a guy got really upset over being called sir, which, you know, happens in any grocery store. It's like, sir and ma'am are how we are told to address everybody. Well, this guy's just launching off on it and whatnot. I don't know what his problem is, but... You sure do meet a lot of kooky people out there in the world. There's a good couple of folk that I've talked to, they've said stuff like, you know, when it comes down to it, people should have to work like 1 or 2 years of retail just to have that life experience under their belt, just to see what people are like. Now, I don't disagree with them. Having that good experience of being in retail just to see what people in everyday society is like is not bad. But at the same time, I would also like to say that my tour of duty through retail of 6 years in total has reinforced just the pure essence of knowing that nobody should have to be in retail. Nobody should have to be in that. Like, if AI replaces everybody's jobs and it goes for the retail stuff first, that's kind of okay, I guess. Because nobody needs to be in retail. But at the same time, I'm still cognizant of the fact that everybody needs jobs, and, you know, having robots and stuff take over your jobs can be a real sore point for some people out there. So I get it. Don't get me wrong, I get it. But end of the day, because I have that experience, I'm definitely going to be the guy who's all for that not appearing in society anymore. In fact, I'm pretty sure they used to do it in a different way where it was kind of similar to delivery in the first place, is that you tell them the stuff that you want, they go pick it off the shelves, and then they bring it to you. And I think that's something that might be getting popular of a notion in places like New York, Detroit, just because of the rampant theft that's going on around there. No, I'm not an American. I don't claim to be. I'm Canadian as Canadian will ever be, eh? But at the same time, I've heard some things out and around there, and I've seen some of the videos. Looting and stuff. And then I remember quite explicitly that there was some sort of event, some sort of streamer or rapper or something like that went out into New York, I believe. And just the presence of that there incited a bit of rowdy behavior, shall we call it, with the people. I don't know. Maybe folk get incensed or something like that. I could never see myself doing something like that. I'd rather just be law-abiding and keep out of people's ways. You know. That's a fun time to have when you're, getting up to hijinks and antics and so forth, and there's definitely a time in life for that and everything, but at the same end of it, I'd rather be the guy that just keeps to himself and has a decent life. As you start getting into all that trouble and whatnot, and then, well, that's when things start flying off the wall. I think it's also kind of funny because I watch some of those cop shows every now and again just because they pique my interest. Just to see with, that sort of thing going on, what it's like. You have a whole bunch of these criminals that have no idea how they're supposed to talk to cops. I don't know if they've watched a YouTube video or not, but it's all not so smart. So, even if people were wanting to go out there, do crime and, try to make a living of doing that or something like that, or just getting into trouble and getting away with it. It's not like there's a lot of people out there who really know how to do it. Not that I'm saying they should, it's just most people won't get away with it. Well, there we go. There's that fish. I was waiting for one of those for a little bit there. There she is. Living decently is your own ambition. You have very actual little ambition there going on. Well, it's always good to have a little bit of ambition. Well, I think my ambition is to, become a pretty good streamer, I'd say. Hard to do that, mainly because you got a whole bunch of people out there vying for the same thing and their grandma too. But, trying to keep up a good schedule and just streaming and having a good and fun time with it is 80% of the job already done. I suppose you could say. So I have some ambitions to go after, but I think just like you and yourself, living decently is a good enough ambition for many, if not most. Nice thing about Canada is that you've got all the opportunity to be able to live within that ambition. Markets and stuff might not be so great right now, but, you can get yourself a job, you can start saving up, and, there's a lot of stuff out there that is completely unobtainable. I'll go back over this way to this little fill-in right here. I can't even really call this much of a dock, to be honest. It just looks like it's been filled in to the bottom, yeah? That seems like it's not a terrible idea for doing a couple of casts. Plus, I'm seeing a couple of them fish jumping out there, so who knows, maybe I can get one of them with that. I have to be cognizant, though. I'm fishing through the reeds over here if I take it the wrong way. I don't know. People talk about ambitions a whole bunch, and they've got their dreams and stuff like that. I don't think I've ever been particularly strong in knowing what I'd be wanting for that sort of thing, being dreams and whatnot. But End of the day, if I wanted to be, happy with something, I probably want to get myself a couple of acres of land, muck around with that for a little bit. Really, I don't know, to be honest. Plug in my headphones there for the energy. Yeah, probably get, I don't know, acre or two of land, get a little workshop out on there, do a little bit of farming or something. I think that would probably be a good dream for the future. Not sure if that had ever happened, but, it's always fun to dream. It's always good to dream. People should dream. Always nice to have something to look forward to, even if it might not be something that you'll ever get to doing. I think that was definitely something that I wasn't really aware of or sure of back when I was in high school, because I know everybody was asking me, "Oh, Barkeep, what are you going to be doing for high school? Once you get out of there, you got to pick something for college, you have good grades and all that." Shrug. Oh, and right out at the last moment, right here, Young Pike. How does that keep happening? I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to release that one. It's small. We've got a good amount of them so far. It's not bad. Only 3 out of 12 kilograms, too. There's a maximum weight to them, too. I didn't know that. Is that my license? Nope. Huh. Well, what do you know? All right, we are back. Get back into it, shall we? Now, let's see. I'm gonna leave for just a little while. No biggie, I got a little bit of money from that. Not too much, but a little bit. Oh, we've got the Reel of Fortune all teed up and ready for us today here. It's a fun little spinner we can do. We can sometimes get some premium for that, get some money from that, or I could get a bait coin. And then, if you have enough bait coins, you can do the Golden Reel of Fortune, which can sometimes get you really nice things. Like, these marker boys over here are very expensive. Having a whole bunch of money on there is really good. You can get some of these back for your added benefit. Honestly, that Popper and that Crucian Hunter 4000 reel, both of these look real good. Let's spin this one, see what we get. Big money! 1,000 credits. Heck yeah. If we have premium on this account, we can spin again for premium, but we don't, so never mind that. But hey, we just got ourselves a whole bunch of money on there for no effort whatsoever. Very cool. That's going to allow us to actually go over to Rocky Lake, I believe. No, not Rocky, but which one is it? Mudwater River, that's the one. We actually get to go down to Missouri for a bit. Cool, didn't think we were going to be able to do that. Alright, I think I got everything I need here. Just going to take a quick little look. Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, gotta do a little bit of whitewater fishing down there. Heck yeah. Let's take a look before we go out there. We got black bullheads here. We got blacktail shiners, bluegills, blunt-nosed minnows. We got bowfin. We got chain pickerel, channel catfish there. Freshwater drums, common shiners. We got grass pickerel. Largemouth bass, which is the one that I love catching around there. And then pumpkin seed and white crappie. So let's do a little bit of setup before we actually get out there, shall we? So largemouth bass, I got the spinner out there that I really like. I'll be using that on that guy there. Grass pickerel, casting spoons, we're going to be fine for that. We got those. Got shads and everything. Freshwater drums. That's for bait fishing. Can't do any of that. Same thing with the channel catfish. Can't really do any of these guys until I get a rod. That's good for that. Let's see. Chain pickerel. Small minnows, shiners, large minnows. I do have a crayfish, though. I could try to go for channel catfish with crayfish, and I do have one of them. Alright, casting spoons and whatnot for the chain pickerel. The bowfin over there, I've got the shads. We could go for that, if I felt like it. And then, yeah, it's the black bullhead over here that I can't get because it's a bait fish, much like these other ones here, like blacktail shiner, bluegill, stuff like that. But I think we're all set to go. We're gonna switch out to our new spinner. I believe we have that somewhere. There we go, barbless 14 grand, good stuff. I'll put that spinner tail on. Alright, we're heading on out to Mudwater River down in Missouri. Level 4. This is where the big boys are, friends. We've already got an advanced license for this area for a good day, so that's going to be pretty good. Starts out pretty cold, gets a little bit hot in the afternoon, goes back down in the evening. So early times are probably best for this sort of thing. I'm going to start out here on the beach, over here at Pike Challenge, maybe. Catfish Heaven over here, Pike Challenge over here, and then we got Last Songs of Summer up here. I changed my mind. We're going to go to Last Songs of Summer. Let's see if this is a good place to go for some vision. This will be really neat to see how this performs, because I've never had a good spinner like this before. Just to be sure, I'm going to put that down a little bit. Don't want too much drag. And we'll be casting out here. Yeah, it's pretty cool, guys. I didn't think we were going to have the opportunity to be able to go out fishing around in these waters. Usually once you get up to some of the bigger areas, it starts costing a whole bunch to even get to that. So, having the opportunity to do this today is pretty cool. I don't know. Maybe I should increase the drag, lower the drag on that one. I'm not sure. That spinner that I got there, it's a heavy one. It's 14 grams. It's a good one, but I might need more drag on it. Pop it up just one. I could do stop and go if I really wanted to. Nah, straight slow is probably the best for it. It's a spinner. You're supposed to be just, trolling that out there. That's what you're supposed to be doing. And I have been seeing a couple of nibbles since we started casting them out there, so there's something out there. It's attracted to what we're throwing out. It's kind of funny ever since Earthsunder was talking about it earlier there. I've been thinking to myself, maybe I should have gotten myself a six-pack or something to be able to enjoy with this year. Lean back, throw some brewskis. And we do call them brewskis here in Canada. I know y'all are probably thinking, is that a myth? Is that actual fact? We do indeed call them brewskis. Only a hoser would not do that. A couple other Canada facts for you folks out there who might not be from Canada. Do we use the terminology hoser? Yes, we do. Only a hoser wouldn't call them brewskis. Do we like Labatt Blue Ribbon? We sure do, bud, eh? Do we like Molson Canadian? Well, only if you're a little bit bougie there, eh? But for the most part, we're just happy to be able to pal around. You just gotta be relaxed about it, eh? Yeah, you saw that too, huh? Okay, yeah, so much for the chill stream, because things just got spicy on that, bot that just came into our room here. Very squicky. Very, very, very squicky. Best viewers on HTTPS. daddiesfan.com. That one's gonna have me thinking about that for a good long while after today. I'll be wondering about that one. Hey, usually you see those links come through, they're like, oh, hey, you're gonna get yourself best viewers on viewersonly.com, or, that sort of thing. Daddy's fan. Now, you've managed to squick poor Gleelabout, bot. You made the poor boy need more cider because he's seen something unholy with his eyes there. Now that just ain't what we'd be talking about, That there bot has been a hoser and has disrupted the good vibes, eh? That's not what we're talking about when we want good Canadian boys having a good time. Oh, man. Swear me, Mom. That's something I gotta tell my friend once I get off stream. She'll have a pretty good time hearing about that. I tell you. Oh, God. Well, that's a bit of a shame here. That barbless spinner just doesn't seem to be pulling out those fish like I wanted to. But that's okay. That's okay. We'll reel this one in. And we'll change it out to the stuff that I know that works real good. Because we were looking at that a little bit, we were wondering, and casting spoons seem to be pretty good. And I've had a lot of good luck with casting spoon number 7 with the yellow-red ROMs. So we'll switch out to that. Got some cider with celebration cookies for dessert. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Celebration cookies are a local brand. It's a graham cracker with a square of chocolate in it. And the chocolate is an imprint of the Frontenac Castle. I've had those before, and I like them too. Celebration cookies, I've had those. I almost forgot they exist. Thank you for reminding me of them, Wayliv. Oh, you got the 70% dark chocolate ones. I admittedly do like the milk chocolate. I don't know, sometimes dark chocolate can be a little bit much for me. But I digress. Okay. We're going to use the stop and go method for this one. Well, I can't really get it up there with that stop and go method. Type of rudder this is, it's kind of hard to get it going. I could put a little bit more drag on it, see if maybe that helps, but I don't think it's going to be doing much. yeah. See, dark chocolate is good in the way that, you know, it'll stop your craving once you go for it. Milk chocolate, on the other hand, is the type of chocolate that'll just keep you grabbing for more and more and more and more. You know? Dark chocolate is good for cravings. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Unless you're a bit of a dark chocolate hound, then, well, what can I say? I know there's some folks out there that I've known that have been absolute dark chocolate hounds. Like, you give them some of that and they just cannot stop. Never again. Never again. Yeah, it's kind of funny that I totally forgot about that. You know, there's some products that I've almost completely forgotten about and probably have forgotten about in my lifetime shopping and living in Canada. But there's one that I will always remember that I really loved back in the day that they took away, and they'll never bring it back for as long as I live. Betty Crocker used to have a brand of gummies in the shape of different kinds of things. They looked like bottle caps. Some of them looked like root beer glasses. They all had their own little different designs and colors and stuff. And they tasted amazing. And they were called Sodalicious. Sodalicious is going to be one of those brands that'll never come back. They took them off the shelves at some time. And, you know, little tiny me was devastated because I loved them. And it was like I was asking Mom, like, where's the Sodalicious, Mom? I only wish for a treat. No, they were gone. And it's not like one of those things where you can get them somewhere else because the, you know, developer still makes them and that, you know, that you just can only get them from, like, a certain country. It's absolutely not a Kinder Egg surprise debacle. Like, you literally just cannot get them anymore. And just a product of the times, I guess. Oh, so I'm not sure what to do here. My casting spoons aren't going well. Maybe if I use this silver boy, he wants like a different type. Thermal tackle weight is optimal. Let's give her a cast. There we go. I got a little bit more pull on this one too because I got the weight to it. A little bit less drag in case something snags it. I'll stop doing that. I got a twitchy trigger finger. raising up my rod when I shouldn't be. I'm not trying to do one of the advanced ways of fishing out here where it's like really difficult to do that if you don't have the most specific type of rod in the entire world for it. And believe me, you do have to have a very specific type of rod for being able to do that, otherwise you're just wasting your time. But I digress. This one should probably be pretty good. Yep. I tell you, I got pretty good casts like these IRL too, So one thing I remember I was getting a lot of compliments on while I was out on the dock casting on my rod is I had a lot of people out there saying, "Oh, wow, Barkeep, you're really good at casting that rod. You really get it out there." I was like, stop it, you. And then they go on and be like, "No, really, you're really good at doing that." I'd be like, "No, stop it. Stop talking. You scared the fish away." Nah, that didn't actually happen, but there was one occasion where I was sitting down on the dock and I was really enjoying myself. It was a nice day. I had my fishing rod out there, and I was enjoying the sound of nothing. And, unfortunately, 2 of the other campers that were around that day decided to come right up in my biz and take a look at what I was doing. And it was nothing but endless talking. I mean, it was like the back and forth of an endless conversation that was going nowhere. It hurt my ears to have to listen to that. It was the worst thing I'd ever had to endure, because I was out there just to, not to listen to anybody and not talk or do anything other than fish and drink beer. And just like out of nowhere, this whirlwind of conversation comes to me, and it's like, please leave. I can't actually say that to them because it would be incredibly rude, but I was giving one-word answers just about everything, I was like, "Oh, Barkeep, how's it going out there?" "Good." "Did you catch any fish?" "No." "Oh, well, this is a really nice dock you got out here." "Yep." Oh, man. I think eventually, after a while, they got the message. But, it's not like I was trying to be, like, antisocial or something like that. It was really just because I wanted to be alone, and I didn't want to have anybody talking to me. And, just some people need that. When I go out to a lake, and I go fishing, and I want to have myself a nice time, I want to do that alone. I don't want to have a whole bunch of people buzzing around my ear like a gnat. How do you feel about the political situation of the country? Yeah, it was pretty much exactly like that, Galalev. But I digress. We all got along. I'm not a hard guy to get along with in real life, too. I'd like to think that I'm pretty easygoing, whether it be on Discord or me just going out and about and doing whatever. Sometimes I can be a little bit high energy, I know that, but, it comes and goes. I don't know why I'm doing a straight slow trolling on this casting spoon here. We all know that the spoons are made for, stop and go, but... yeah, well. I'm thinking here, what do we got? Because I remember they did say that craws and shads were pretty good around here, so let's put on a number 1. Let's try this. If I remember correctly, though, this one's like really complex to do stop and go. I got it in the middle there pretty good. It's not too bad. So getting up to these rivers here, it's more of a complex form of fishing that I'm not familiar with, for the most part. I'm just throwing things out here to see if they'll work and whatnot. And if they don't, I switch them out to another. Hello. Your name is Kawaii no Inu. And you have blonde hair and a ponytail. I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty sure this might be a Naruto fan over here. Yeah, perhaps. Perhaps. It could be that. Might not be. I don't know. I tell you, anime is definitely something that I haven't been paying too much attention to as of late. I mean, back in the day, I used to watch all manner of things. I was into Inuyasha, Naruto, Fullmetal Alchemist, Eureka 7, Evangelion, Escaflowne. Might have watched some of those a little bit too young for my age, but whatever. No. I recently reread the entirety of the manga of Naruto, which, I'll tell you, is a lot better than what you'll find if you're looking for something that was, I don't know, in the anime. Yeah, see, Glilov? Kawaii no Inu. And it's got the ponytail and everything, like Ino from Naruto. I just think that's serendipitous. Oh, but anyways. Used to be a whole bunch of anime and whatnot back in the day. Not so much nowadays. I think what I've been trying to look forward to, or find somewhere around the net, is that new Netflix thing that came out that was supposed to be based on Astro Boy. What was it? Pluto. That's it. It's supposed to be really good. Animation is top tier on that, too. So I'm looking forward to seeing that, if I'm ever able to get into that sometime. Oh yeah, it could mean that too. It could be cute dog. Do we have a Kiko Mimi over here? The meaning of that being a half human, half animal with basically just the tail and the stuff. The ears. I don't know, those ones have always been weird to me, I tell you. Because it's like, I take one look at that and I think to myself, what do you eat? Should I put out a thing of soft kibble, or do you need human food? I don't know. Do you know what? Barbless spinner might not be working. Let's use this golden one. But yeah, there's this anime out there called Pluto. And it's based on that whole thing with, like, what was it? Oh yeah, Astro Boy. The whole dichotomy between robot kind and humankind and all that. It's kind of neat. I think it's definitely something I would be interested in taking a look into if I could ever find it, but it's one of those Netflix things, so it gets a little bit hard to find it sometimes. Alright, tell you what. I'm actually going to look this up, make sure I know exactly what's going on here. Let's see. Fishing Planet. And this was Missouri? Yeah. Good fishing so far, Sunder, but now that we've gotten to this Missouri lake, I have no idea what's going on. I have no idea what to be using for them, so I'm going to look that up real quick. So let's see. Bluegill, crappies, we don't want any of it. Black bullheads, perfectly fine. You know what? We could use a bass jig. 7 grams. You know what? Let's use a bass jig. Fair enough. And then, I think it's the shad they were talking about. That was pretty good. Let's use this. Just scooching behind you there. Excuse me, pardon me. Cast out this way. Now, I have no idea how to jig in this, so I'm just going to do stop and go. Unless I could just, reel it in on a straight slow. Yeah, no, I can't do that. You know what? I'm kind of curious about that, actually. Because there's a couple of different fishing methods that you can use. And I'll look that up. Let's see. Fishing planets. Fishing method. So the ones that you've seen so far that we've done for fishing methods there is the straight and slow, and the stop and go. But for reeling on there, you've also got twitching, lift and drop, popping, and walking. And I think it might be twitching or lift and drop that's really good for the jig. Probably twitching? Not sure. Let's see. Twitching is accomplished by continuing to reel in the line and occasionally pulling it. It causes the lure to twitch in the water. It's one of the fastest. Yeah, welcome back from the ad there. Just took a little bit of a read on how to be fishing here and so forth. Just looking into that so far. Twitching and lift and drop. I know how to do twitching, but lift and drop is a bit of a difficult one. It says here, it's accomplished by placing the lure on the waterbed and then using the stop and go method while allowing the lure to rest on the waterbed before going again. So, lifting it from the bottom, letting it settle again on the bottom. I'm not sure how to do that just yet, but I'm going to try it. But we'll do twitching first. See if that gets it. And that's done at 1 speed here while doing this. If I remember correctly, yeah. There we go. Twitching. These are some of the more advanced methods of doing this sort of thing that I'm not familiar with, and that I don't really do all that often, just because most of the places that I've gone to don't require knowing how to do this sort of thing. But twitching at the very least, I'm pretty good at knowing how to do that. It's the lift and drop method that I just don't know how to do all that well. I'm gonna try it. It's supposed to be really successful. See, I'm not very good at it, but I kinda get it. Basically, what you're trying to do is just get it so it goes right past them. Right past all those bass that want to snag onto that. See, I'm wondering if maybe I should try to, you know, do it a little further up there. Like that. Okay, I think I'm starting to understand how to actually do lift and drop fishing now. Not exactly the most straightforward way of doing it, but apparently bass go crazy for it. That's what I've heard. Let's try it. Like, it's a weird one because you have to, like, let it settle. That's the first part. And you have to get it in so that it's, like, tight on the line like this. And then go all the way up. Oh, we got one! We got one! Apparently it does work. Holy shit! What did we get? I wonder. Oh, this one's a fighter. This one's got some pull on it. Look at that. Hey, took a bit to learn it, but we got our first largemouth bass out of the river there. Look at that beauty. Ain't she a beaut? That's a good, proper size of fish. Now. Yeah, look at them scales on that thing. That's good stuff. 132 for these things here, too, so, you know, you get good XP on them, you get good money for them. They're good fishing. Let's keep going for more. Not the most intuitive way to fish, but I do understand it now. Look at that. Your pal Barkeep has figured out a whole new form of fishing. That's going to be so good. We're trying to get some of those real nasty ones out there that just, they refuse to come up off the bottom, you know? See, my only issue is that when I do it, it goes over to the right or the left and stuff like that. If I could keep myself, like, centered in on one area here without woggling all over the place while I do that, that would be really good. And I'm wondering if there's, like, a key for that. Let's see. Key mapping. Got inventory, break the line, maximum speed, action. There's not really anything for that, to be honest. Well, just got to do it like that, I guess. It'll take a while to really learn this one. Oh, got a lead set at the bottom. But it's now been verified that it actually works, which I think is really cool. You've really got to jerk it up to get that lift on it. Oh, did it? Oh, I almost had something there. Or I was snagged on something. I don't know. Hello, Kawaii. I'm kind of in your way, aren't I? She just refuses to leave. I wonder if I could move to a different room so I'm not in her way. Randomly. There we go. It's a little bit nicer for me. I don't have to be in the way of somebody constantly. She had a good position there, though. You gotta give it to her. So yeah, I don't think I've ever done this type of fishing. I've never done it in real life. Always been, one type of fishing only, and that's been like trolling or like, doing ice fishing or something like that. Is there anybody else in chat who's done, this kind of fishing before? Love to know. As it just seems like such an esoteric method to try and attempt. But what do I know? What? Dude, come on. I just went into a new area to get away from somebody else being right in my face. Thanks, Fishing Guru. Okay, that's funny. Great. I'm gonna be stuck with this Joe Blow over here being right in my way. Alright, fine. I'll be over here. Yeah, whack him with my fishing pole. Get out of my fishing spot! Damn it! Oh well. He's not really interrupting things. We'll be okay, I guess. Most of these randos generally leave pretty quick, too. Which is kind of unfortunate, because that's, most of the player-based fishing planet here is that most of the folk, they don't really stay around. They do a couple of fishes here and there, and then they just kind of quit from that on. Or they buy a whole bunch of, the bonus gear and whatnot. Me? I like the game just to be able to fish and whatnot. I like being able to get in here and go for the free-to-play stuff and, make my fortune by being able to do this. Alright. So I am doing lift and drop, but I don't know what it is. Maybe the bass out there just don't like what I'm doing? Or they don't like the shad, and that was just one very rare largemouth? Or maybe I'm not pulling hard enough. That says I'm doing good on the lift and drop. You know, if it's got that 3 dots there, then I would expect that I'm not doing terrible. Can't say this is my favorite form of fishing, though. I'd rather... I'd rather do some other form than lift and drop. Like, don't get me wrong, bass jigs, fun stuff, but at the end of the day, I'm always going to be the kind of guy that likes to use a casting spoon. And largemouth bass, they like casting spoons, you know. So let's go for that. Let's do a little bit more stop and go, shall we? Because I know how to do stop and go real good. In fact, you could almost say that my time aboard all public transit has been just stop and go all the time. It's a little bit nicer at the nighttime, but, you know, I remember there were some times back when I was a kid and I was going to college that I would want to go to the college and I want to get there in a certain amount of time, and it felt like it would stop at every destination. And I remember there was this one time where we accidentally had, like, a mishap with a drunk at one of the doors. And so they took, like, an extra 15 minutes in order to clear that guy away from the doors, because he was, like, wedged in between them like Homer Simpson. It looked like something out of a sitcom, and so the doors are trying to close, and it's like, tung, tung, tung. Shaking my head because I was 15 minutes late to my class. And of course I get in there and the professor is like, "What's your excuse?" And it's like, drunk guy in between transit doors? It's like, that's no excuse for you to be late. You should have planned ahead for that. It was one of the scummy teachers that just was up in everybody's business, did not want you to have a nice day. Oh, we all know the type. It really is unfortunate when some folks out there use their teaching positions as power to give people crappy days, but oh well. Only have to endure it for 12 years, that's not too bad, right? And if you get into college and stuff like that, then it's only a year or two at the most. Maybe 4. I was lucky enough not to have this person for, I think, only just a year. So it wasn't bad. But I digress. What exactly am I doing right here? It might be a little bit more help out here. Maybe it's gold. Gold is really good for bass. Maybe I just need to use a golden casting spoon, darn it. Darn it. Let me take a look. Do you have anything in the shop that's good for that? Yeah, there we go. A casting spoon, number 5, gold, and a 9-gram one right over here. I'll get my casting spoon back. No. I can totally have that. Just get rid of something I don't need. I don't need that sinker. That sinker is just taking up space. Can't currently equip this item, but you can place it to your home storage. What are you talking about? do you mean I can't currently equip this item? Is it because my spoons and spinners are too full? If that's the case, then I'll gladly get rid of the slop spoon. That's fine. There we go. There, casting spoon number 9. Nice and golden. Acid, love this. Zhoof. You know what's funny? I talked about that recently with a couple of pals, and it turns out that prices of gold from like 20 years ago have ricocheted up. I mean, back in the day I was all like, only a loony bin would take a whole bunch of gold bars and bury them somewhere. But now I've seen the light. Because it turns out that that's what a lot of people do. Apparently there's a whole bunch of gold buried out in backyards, within the walls of houses and stuff like that. I didn't think it was something that people did, but, you know, with the price of gold being what it is nowadays, boy. Don't know what to say to that one. Just seems to be a lot. So if you guys got any gold out there, well, I'm not going to tell you to go out and sell it right away, but if you got a reputable buyer, well, maybe, just maybe. I mean, really, I'm the last guy anybody should be looking for financial advice. I mean, Glaylev might be better than that because he's an actual accountant. Like, seriously, go to a chartered accountant if you need financial advice. They'll set you straight. Don't go asking any regular old Joe Blow out there like me. You know, something nibbled. I saw that nibble. I should have kept on reeling. Damn it. So they do like the spoon. That, at the very least, is good news. But seriously, chartered accountants. I used to think that was big nothing too, but apparently, yeah, no, they'll help you out. They're great guys. They know what they're doing. I used to work with a whole bunch of them too, and that's why I learned they're so good at what they do, because there's a lot of work that goes into chartered accounting. I used to do the scheduling for them, actually. And I'll tell you this. Chartered accountants, unchartered accountants, those guys work like the devil. It's impressive to me how much work they do. I don't think I would ever want to do that much work in my life. Like, there's a song out there, Scatman John, you guys have probably all heard about him. And it's called Scatman's World, and one of the paraphrases in that is, I want to be a human being, not a human doing. I couldn't even keep that pace up if I tried. I vigorously subscribe to that thought. Like, there are some jobs out there that I don't think I could ever want to do because they are just so incredibly hectic. And being an accountant is probably one of them. That's a lot of work. It's good work. It's hard work. That's a lot of work. There's another nibble on that, too. There's something out there nibbling out my frickin' casting spoon. Bet you anything, there's a largemouth bass out there that's just going, huh? I'm gonna troll Barkeep. I'm gonna troll him. He thinks he's trolling me. I'm trolling him. Frickin' clownfish. Gosh darn it. Yeah, I probably could use the drop and go method for this thing here, but that would be weird. Oh, yeah, there we go. There it is. There's that fish I was talking about. He thought he was getting one sneaky past me. No, 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 no. Yeah, clownfish isn't even good eating. You're absolutely right about that. Woo! Hello, young largemouth bass. He's only a child, but he's still pretty good. I'll keep that one. I just really like this fishing method, you know? Mainly because of the fact that I don't have to keep yanking my mouse all over the place just because, you know, having to do something else is just like all over the place. Like, if I wanted to go back into doing, what do they call it? The drop and go method or something like that? Lift and drop? If I wanted to do that, I basically have to wrench my mouse all the way up to the top and stop and go over here. Well, that's only just like, you know, very relaxed clicking. It's very enjoyable. So, that's surprising to me that they would include something so rigorous. And I don't have a way to, like, keep it in one area either. So, it's a little bit difficult for me to do that. There we go. But I did get that really good result by using the bass jig. Oh, as much as I really don't want to do that, I think I will. Just because we did get that largemouth bass, that was really cool. Alright, so that has to be down at 1. It needs to be at half. I think we're good to go. What's going on there? I was thinking I was on stop and go for a second there, I think. I was like, no, I got my lift and drop, I wonder if I could do that in 2-speed, that'd be really nice. See, usually I tell people that, you know, this sort of thing is very relaxing. It's a lot of fun. But having to learn an entirely new method of how to fish, well, maybe not so relaxing. See, 2-speed gets it on the line a little bit earlier on that. But I think I should have it at 1 just for the tautness of the line. Because I don't want to accidentally just reel it in. Because if you don't let it sit, then you're not actually doing lift and drop. It's a weird circumstance with that. I just don't know. After I reel this in, I'll probably take a look and see if there's maybe a way for me to, like, center my aim or something like that. Because I don't want to have to keep on going like this and just being like, zoop, you know? Because that can go all over the place. Still, I think I'm pretty proud to have learned a new method of fishing. I mean, learning is good. Learning is good. There's an old proverb out there that goes by, the perfect master is the eternal student. It's a pretty good proverb. Because if you're always learning, you're always improving. Still, this one could take a little bit getting used to. I'm gonna take a look at that. I'm gonna see if I can't figure something out within just like getting my stuff centered for that, because I think it could really help. Yeah. Definitely gonna have to take a look at that. Let's see, and that doesn't. It's tighten, drag, loosen, drag. I don't think pitch cast would help. And we do have an ad break coming up, so this is a good time for me to kind of take a look at stuff here and figure it out. I don't think it'd be the controller, though. Oh, wait a minute. Alright, welcome back from that ad break. Thank you so much for waiting. I just learned that I had my mouse sensitivity really low. So I turned it up really high. I'm gonna see if maybe mouse sensitivity is the way to be able to do this better. We'll see if this gives me an easier time with doing lift and drop. You know, it kind of does. Well, and there we go. We got a fish right there. I think. Yep. Yep. Mouse sensitivity. It was the whole thing the entire time. Just had to crank that up to around 80%, and bing, bang, boom, we got ourselves a largemouth. I believe that's what's on the end of it, because it's fighting like crazy. Alright, here she comes. Oh yeah, this one's a real fighter. She's keeping it up real good. There we go. Trick to it is getting those spots where they're not pulling. Make them jump, make them move. Hey! Another largemouth bass. Very nice. And all I had to do was up the sensitivity of my mouse on this. Cool. Very nice. I'm feeling pretty happy about that. See, because now when I go out here and I go, shoo, you know, sending my line out, I wait for that to get to the bottom and everything. Oh, is that on some weeds? No. Anyways. What is this? I can just go zoop. And it doesn't require me to, like, absolutely wrench my mouse. So this is great. I can do this. Perfect mannerisms for lift and drop. Now, sometimes games are like that. You have a bad time with them, and all you have to do is adjust a little bit of sensitivity on something. Had that happen with a lot of FPS games. In fact, most commonly when I see people play FPS games, one of the first things that they'll always do is they'll go in there and they'll adjust the mouse sensitivity. Quite opposite to this, I've found that there are people out there who enjoy a very low mouse sensitivity in FPS games, and I think that's mainly due to the fact that it's really hard to aim with a joystick or something like that. I'm thinking that's the thought process behind it. But yeah, usually when I see that sort of thing, it's just like, yep, lower that down to almost nothing. That's good to go. Still, this feels like a really weird way to fish. Oh, yeah, there we go. Shit, I didn't set the hook. God damn it, that one got away on me. But still, yeah, the bass are going wild for this jig and shag combination. This is great. I've actually got something that works really well out here. Just gotta remember to set the damn hook, Barkeep. I've had that happen to me in other fishing games out there, and I think one of the worst culprits for that sort of thing is Legend of the River King. It's a Game Boy fishing game, and I hate it. It's not that it's a bad game, but it's very archaic. It's made by the same guys who do Harvest Moon, if you didn't know. I mean, it's very plain to see that that's what it is. Because the art style is very, very, very similar. It's almost like a primitive Harvest Moon for the Game Boy in a way. But when it comes down to the controls and stuff like that, Natsume... not the best people in the world for making an RPG. That's not something I would really entrust to Natsume, and the fact that they made it kind of RPG-ish... not great. So if there ever was a game out there that I would advise people to maybe stay away from, Legend of the River King, probably definitely one of them. There's a lot of better Game Boy games out there, like they've got Oracle of Ages, Oracle of Seasons, Pokemon Trading Card Game is great. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dark Duel Stories, not a terrible one, but not great either. That has to be said. Link's Awakening, one of the best Game Boy games I've ever played on there. Oh, and Bomberman Quest. Love that one. They got a couple of other Bombermans out there, but I think Quest, by far, is the best one that they've had for that on the Game Boy Color. That'll generally be my consensus and opinion on that. Were it asked. Well, it's kind of funny we don't hear too much from Bomberman anymore these days. I don't know if Hudson Soft got dissolved on that. Ah, there we go. Got another. There we go. Come on in. Oh, hey! Got a raid coming on in. Hey, welcome on in, Apesmeister. How's it going? Howdy, howdy. You caught me just right in the middle of pulling up a fish. Oh, and she's a fighter. She's a fighter, she is. Look at how hard this one's fighting. She's not letting me go any. I got nothing I can do to pull that one in. She's just pulling on my rod. Hey, welcome on in, everybody. My name is Barkeep. I look after the tavern here. And, hey, we play all sorts of games on here. New stuff, old stuff. And today I just decided to have myself a nice little chill time, do a little bit of fishing. And yeah, boy howdy, I don't know what's going on with this guy over here, but whatever we're pulling up, it's got a lot of fight in it. Like, I seriously can't get away from this thing. Come on, jeez. Ooh. It's giving me some areas here where I can maybe pull it in a little bit. That's toughy, though. But hey, it's good to see everybody coming on in. Hope you're all having a great day. I hope you enjoyed Apesmeister's stream. Go give her a follow. She's a very lovely individual. And usually what she's playing out over there is of good quality. What were you doing for today, if you don't mind me asking? While I pull this ridiculous fish in. Oh man, like seriously. The other largemouth basses that we've pulled in today have not been this bad. This one is just seriously giving me a lot of guff. Like, come on, give me just a little bit of movement. Today was Fatal Frame 1 and Trapped. Ooh, very nice. Fatal Frame 1. I've seen that played quite a few times across many channels on Twitch. Very fun horror game. Pretty darn spooky for what it is, too. I've seen a lot of people get their white pants turned into brown pants whenever they play that game. Yeah. But I digress. Almost have this fish in. It's been fighting me. I expect this thing to be huge. No. Don't go into the reeds over there. Come here, you. It's like right there. It's like right there. Come on. This thing has to be a lunker. Holy crap. That's an actual new thing that I've never caught before. That's a bowfin. Oh. Yeah, that explains why the thing was fighting me so much. Look at the size of that thing. I had to pull it out with a hook because it's one of the biggest fish I've had. Ooh, jeez. Big old bowfin. Came out from right at the reeds over there. That's a fighter of a fish. Well, we'll go ahead and keep that because we have the advanced license for it. Oh, but man, sorry about that, Heapsmeister. Sorry about that. Just really fighting that fish there. But hey, hope you had yourself a really good stream today. Today's a bit of a chill stream. I was supposed to be doing Super Metroid. I've been doing those on Fridays now. Yeah, but today I decided to do a little bit of a chill stream. Today's also been a bit of a configuration stream. I'm running ads again, and I've gotten rid of pre-roll ads, and that's been going pretty good so far, so I've been pretty happy about that. Got an automatic scene switcher and everything for it, and it seems to be working out pretty good so far. I've heard from good sources that getting rid of pre-rolls is good for your channel. So, Twitch borked when I was going to catch the fish. What was it? It was a bowfin, Layliv. And I can show you. Take a look. Look at that thing. It fought me like crazy. And that's because it was a 2.2 kilogram fish. Literally almost near the maximum fish weight. So this guy was just fighting. Gave me tons of experience for it. I'll tell you, them bowfins, they know how to fight. Yeah. There's a good catch. And me learning how to do that fishing method that I've just never really understood how to do before. It's really helped me out with trying to get that sort of thing there. For those who are new to the channel and don't exactly know what I'm talking about there, it's this, where I get my line in nice and tight and I let the bait settle at the bottom and then I yank it up and let it settle down again. If you do it successfully, it's called lift and drop, as you can see there. And with a bass jig and a shad on the end like we've got, it's been very, very, very popular with largemouth bass. And apparently bowfin love that too. Oh, I got my line snagged. We're good. We're good though. It can happen sometimes, you know, there's a lot of stuff at the bottom. Yeah. So there's a bit of a, you know, difference in between everything you're catching out here. And so this is what we've been trying out, Apesmeister, for getting some of the better fish out here. Because we've been able to go out to Missouri. We got very lucky and we were able to afford it. Because the fishing trips, it costs a lot of money to be able to actually go out to some of the higher level areas. And to actually get the licenses for these places, you know? Have to get yourself a license if you want to go fishing. But a lot of good customization in these games. Probably one of the best fishing simulators I've ever played. If you're looking for a good fishing game, it's on Steam, it's free, you can get going right away. Not hard to do so, you know? The only thing I'd recommend that I just found out is that if you're going to be trying to do lift and drop fishing like I'm doing here, you should set your mouse sensitivity to a higher number. Otherwise, it's just impossible to do it. Oh, yeah, there we go. There's another one. Missouri over here, these fish, they do love them bass jigs. Yeah, this one's fighting me yet again. I think I got myself another bowfin. Oh, could be a largemouth bass. I'm not sure. No, he's giving me less fight. I'm thinking this might be a largemouth. Like, a largemouth will still squirrel around down there like freaking crazy, but, you know, they'll give you these opportunities in between where they absolutely peter out, and that's when you can get them in. Ah, yeah, there we go. There we go. Hey, beauty. Nice little largemouth bass. Very good. All right. So yeah, we've got our Jester 190 over here. It's a pretty good rod so far. Got a Lodex MG 1000S for our reel on there. And I like this one here because it's not able to take some of the larger lines on it and whatnot. It's not the most amazing thing in the world for that, but it's got a magnetic brake on it. It's got a lot of ball bearings to it. Maximized drag on that is 4 kilograms. So, for the most part, this is an all-around good reel. And I have to say, the braid on it, pretty good. We've got the titanium leader, ensuring that this thing never snaps. And then, I think the best thing that we've had so far for this is this 7-gram white bass jig with this 5-centimeter swamp green shad. It's been working really, really, really well for this. Although I've heard that there's been, talk about casting spoons being pretty good out here. They're not bad. And then I've heard some chatter that crawdads are pretty good for that too. I've only got the green pumpkin one over here, but, if I'm using this one to such success, why not? And before that, I've been using different kinds of methods for, reeling stuff in, like the stop and go or a slow reel in, which is all valid. But it seems being able to use, this one, where you jerk it up and let it sitting on the bottom there, is very popular with predatory fish. I'd imagine it makes what you got going on down there look like an injured bug or something. Maybe like a frog, I don't know. And since you're pulling it in, it kind of looks to the fish that it's like darting right past him. Predatory stuff down in the sea, they love that stuff. They love motion, Or not the sea, but the lake. Sea fishing's an entirely different story. And I've actually been in real life to do sea fishing. Basically, they got a lot of downriggers on the back of a cruiser ship that they have to put out there, like, large enough at least to let you to walk around on. Because you're probably going to be fishing stuff up like tuna or sailfish like I was. And essentially, they downrig that stuff to the bottom of the ocean. That requires a lot of power and whatnot to be able to do that. Very specialized equipment for it. And then when you actually start to do the fishing there, you catch something on a line, they do have to strap you into a chair at the back. Because, tuna or a sailfish will pull you right out. They'll get you right into the ocean, and then you're cooked. You're done for. It's not like this local fish, where you're going for stuff like, I don't know, rainbow trout. Like I've been doing all my life, or, even this sort of stuff online, where you're doing just bass and such. Tropical fishing is a whole nother game, and it's very lucrative for the right people. That's why when you go to the supermarket, you see, like, tuna prices. And, tuna, sailfish, just like, those all sorts of prices, and lobster and whatnot, crab being so expensive. Most of it is hazard pay. Most of it. I mean, there's some TV shows out there that have done a really good job of exemplifying what it's like. I forget the name of the one that does the fishing. That one's really popular, I know. They do a lot of swearing on there, though, I tell you. Swear like a sailor. It's real. Boy, that water is clear out there. That's almost as clear as the water was for me when I was, going out and doing my fishing. See the bottom of everything, Send it out there. But yeah, pretty much the whole reason of why you've got such a huge price markup on your crab and whatnot is this really because of hazard pay? Because, you know, people on there, people on them fishing boats and whatnot, uh, death is a little more routine than you might think. It's a dangerous job. Somebody's got to do it. Not you, Mike Rao. You know, somebody says something job, but somebody's got to do it. He pokes his head out the door. Yeah? You talking about me, Mike Rao? Whoa, hold on, what's going on here? Got a little laggy on there. Whoa, whoa. Okay, I don't know why I was doing that. What's going on here? It's all lagging out for me and whatnot. I think somebody joined the lobby that's got like a ping of 3,000. It's just choking everything out. Let's go to a new random room to avoid that. Jeez. Listen, if you're going to be playing online games, please and thank you for the kindness of everybody else in that room. Don't have a ping of 50 bajillion, alright? That's just common courtesy, darn it. I mean, I kind of feel for the people out there that don't have, you know, good internet connections. I mean, those can be expensive. But, at the same time, bagosh. Yeah, right? It does feel kind of amusing to have that going. Oh, I got that way too fast. Totally forgot that I had it on the wrong setting for that. Alright, there we go. I like that PlayStation alert. Just to warn us that there's an alert for an ad coming up there. That's good stuff. I like it. Make sure that, you know, we're not left in the lurch. Alright, there we go. Doing a good job on the lift and drop. It's getting into that rhythm. That's important. Sometimes it's a little hard to be able to get that perfect. Just gotta lift and drop, dropping and lifting and dropping. Speaking of which, I had myself a pretty good week this week, to be honest. I hope you guys are having a wonderful week so far. I hope this is a real nice TGIF for you guys, and that you get to relax on a Friday. But lifting and dropping, speaking of that, had a pretty good week this week, doing a whole bunch of lifting on my barbells. I got a pair in my living quarters here that I really am fond of. Sometimes you can be stressed out all to hell and all you need to do is just lift. They're not wrong when they say that, you know, a little bit of strenuous exercise will clear your mind. And I like having them around, you know, I just look at them and it's like I get to lift them. Though I suppose I haven't done as much as I would rather like. Always good to have some pals around when you want to be doing that sort of thing, but I don't like gyms, to be honest. It's not because I have to be around other people, that's perfectly fine. I like folks. If I didn't like other people, then we wouldn't be here in the first place, now would we? You know? But there's just some things about gyms that I don't like. I think mainly because all the other machines tend to get really sweaty, and everybody isn't diligent about wiping them down. I don't want to be, getting bushed up against other people's sweat. To be honest, it's kind of yucky. And I think some of the other things I don't really like are some of the fees that I've had to see with them. A little bit exorbitant at times, a little bit exorbitant. So, I'd rather do a home gym experience. Because I've been to some gyms, they've been very dirty. So, I don't like it that much. PS1 or PS2 startup? PS1. PS1 startup is way better than PS2. I know there are some people that have differing opinions on that, but I'm always going to like PS1 better. Alright, have a good night there, Glayla. Glad to have you stop in. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Enjoy all the fish we caught today and everything that we got. Honestly, if I had a really nice swimming pool nearby me, I'd probably be going out swimming more often. But I don't, so it sucks. I wish I did. The ones I have nearby, they're not very nice. Come on, you. One more. One more. Come on. There's gotta be one more fish out there for me, eh? Alrighty, welcome on back, everybody. Thank you so much for waiting. We're back from that ad break there. Let's continue on fishing there. I'd like to get probably, I don't know, just one more. One more. Let's see. Oh. Might have to change up my lure there, see if maybe that makes a difference, but at the end of the day, I still think we should go for the one that we've been getting the most with, especially that bowfin. That was such a good fight out of that one. Be nice if I could do this more on the regular. It's unfortunate, but the season is coming to the close for me being out to go and do fishing IRL, But if I could do more of that, I'd love to. Especially with rainbow trout. I really do like rainbow trout. They're a good fish for eating. Don't let anybody tell you that. Good eatings. But yeah, if you look at the time in the top left corner here, I'm thinking maybe it might be a little bit too late in the day for us to be able to start getting some of these fish, bass and stuff like that. Because you're already up to 24 degrees Celsius, as it says over there. That's going to be a little bit too hot for the fish. They're going to be hiding under reeds and stuff like that. So, I mean, a jig will still probably get something, but at the same time, you're kind of... you kind of got the odds stacked against you there. Yeah, I agree, or Sunder. That would be nice. It would be nice. Like, I cannot finish gushing about how wonderful that was. Being able to go out there and just de-escalate and de-stress. A lot of people need that. I think especially streamers too, more than ever. It's become a little overcast out now. But me, you know, for what I do and all the stuff that I do on the net, it's good to get away from that sometimes. Because otherwise, sometimes I feel like I'm very terminally connected to the net. And I think you guys might feel like that too sometimes, I feel. That's just really how it is, you know? Got so many pieces of social media that I had to keep up with. And I mean, it's not like I can just disconnect from that. You get into streaming, like, really, really hardcore like I do. And then, well, you gotta keep up with everything. And sometimes that can be a little bit overwhelming. It's just how it is, you know? But I got my ways of dealing with it. It's not bad, per se. It's just, it can be a little overwhelming at times. That's all it is. Oh yeah, all of a sudden it's just like there's nothing around here biting. Maybe going out in the middle over here. Get something over this way. The one thing I'll never remember is letting it go down to the bottom like that in the first place. It's just such an odd thing for me to do for fishing. It's not something that I usually prescribe to when it comes down to, like, you know, fishing stuff. Usually, when I do a whole bunch of fishing, you don't do any of these rod jerks or anything like that for lift and drop or anything, you know? It's completely new to me. Well, I'll tell you what. I think that's probably going to be a good part to call it right there, you know? We got ourselves a whole bunch of really good fish in the fish keeper here. We got a whole bunch of young largemouth bass, and even that bowfin that seriously came for our rod at the end there. I had a lot of fun fishing those things up there. So, I'll go ahead and leave there. We'll get our cash and everything. 561, that's not bad, especially for the EXP as well. And yeah, I had myself a really good time doing a little bit of fishing today and just shooting the breeze with everybody in chat. I hope you all had a really, really, really nice time today with a little bit of fishing. You know, might have been a bit of an irregular thing that we did today, but I hope you all guys enjoyed it. And let's go ahead and find somebody to raid, eh? As we always do. I'll go ahead and boot up the VIP system. Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Who's the lucky VIP to be rated? I wonder who. I wonder where. It looks like we're going on over to visit Prodigious Pete. Good friend of the stream. Very lovely person. Just go ahead and copy that. lovely raid message down there and paste that into Prodigious Beats' channel. Show him some of that Barkeep love. Oh, well. We've had ourselves a good long stream for today. Caught a lot of fish. We're able to talk about some really cool stuff. Hope you guys all had a really nice time. I hope you enjoyed the stream. If you want to know what's coming up, Discord's the best way to go to look at it. And we also have the schedule down in the panels below. We also have the schedule on Twitter as well. Lots of places for you to go find it. But I'll tell you about it right now. We're doing Tulip on Mondays. Sundays are La Mulana 2. Wednesdays are Cyberpunk 2077. And Fridays are usually Super Metroid. That's what we got going on. But, as usual, look after yourself, look after your friends, look after everybody in your family. You know, eat the food that you need. Make sure there's food on your table. Keep a roof over your head and stay warm during these colder months. And bring a jacket. Because if you don't, you're going to be freezing wherever you go out to go fishing. Alright. Thank you very much for watching tonight, everybody. Have a wonderful, wonderful evening. We'll see you again sometime. It's Barkeep signing off.